206 Supermasters with 4-cycle novice is on track now, which means 206 Senior Medium. 206 Senior Medium needs to be up on grid. 206 Masters Heavy. 206 Masters Heavy, you should be up on pre-grid. After that, we'll have a 15-minute break and then get into our heat races. So once again, 206 Senior Medium needs to be on grid. 206 Masters Heavy needs to be on pre-grid. Then we'll take our 15-minute break and then get going with our heat races. 206 Senior Medium is about to go on track. Wouldn't they do? 206 Masters Heavy. 206 Masters Heavy needs to be up on grid. 206 Masters Heavy to grid. Again, after we get done here with the first round of hot laps and qualifying, we're going to go 15-minute break and then into our heat races. So after 206 Masters Heavy, we'll take a 15-minute break and then go into our heat races. But right now, 206 Senior Medium about to go out. 206 Masters Heavy needs to be up on deck. So that will do it for our hot laps and qualifying. Up next is going to go into the heat races. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So we're going to come back here roughly at about 11:05. 11:05, we'll come back here to heat races. So for the first heat is going to be Kid Karts with Kid Kart Novice. That'll be on grid and pre-grid. Again, 15 minutes, roughly around 11:05, we will get going.
Feel the stock. Yeah, look at it. They're miserable. Like even
This is the 3-minute warning. 3-minute warning for Kid Kart and Kid Kart Novice. Please make your way up to grid now. Kid Karts and Kid Kart Novice, make your way to grid. 3-minute warning before we get going underway here. So Kid Kart's up on grid. Kid Kart Novice to pre-grid. 206 Senior Medium, you are up on deck. The two Kid Karts classes are 5 laps in length. Everything else is going to be 6 for the pre-final. So please make sure you are on grid at the appropriate time because it's going to go by fairly quickly. Once again, here in about 3 minutes at 11:05, we're underway with Kid Karts, starting things off here with the heat races. checkered flag is out for Kid Karts, which means Kid Kart Novice. Kid Kart Novice, you need to be on grid. You're about to go out next. 206 Senior Medium, you need to be up on grid. Kid Kart Novice is now going to get pushed to grid, or sorry, pushed to being on track since Kid Karts are over. So 206 Senior Medium, you need to be on grid. 206 Junior to pre-grid. 206 Junior Sportsman, you are up on deck. Once again, Kid Karts and Kid Kart Novice have the 5-lap heat race, so those are going to go by very quickly. So if you're 206 Senior, if you are not on grid right now, you are in the wrong place. All other heats will be 6 laps from 206 Senior Medium all the way down to 206 Masters Heavy. Again, those are going to go by fairly quickly. So please make sure you are on grid at the appropriate time. If you need a physical copy of the rotation, you can find it inside the lobby. If you want a digital, you can find it on Instagram and Facebook. But once again, 206 Senior Medium to grid, 206 Junior to pre-grid, 206 Junior Sportsman, you are up on deck. This is the absolute final call for 206 Senior Medium. You've had 3 warnings. Checkered flag is going to be out for Kid Kart Novice, so if you are not in 206 Senior Medium and you are not on grid right now, you're in the wrong place. We will send it out without you, so 206 Senior Medium, you need to be on grid, set, ready to go. Once they go out, 206 Junior. 206 Junior will be up on grid. 206 Junior Sportsman to pre-grid. 206 Senior Heavy up on deck. Once again, 206 Senior Medium is about to go on track now since the checkered flag is out for Kid Kart Novice. So 206 Senior Medium, you need to be on grid. You're about to go out. 206 Junior will be on grid. 206 Junior Sportsman to pre-grid. 206 Senior Heavy will be up on deck.
Chill out, slow down. You are working. Got it? 3 times.
Alrighty, brakes 206 Senior Medium Heat Race about to get underway. Your top 2 of Adam Maxwell and Brendan Hanville are going to take him down to the line. Green flag is out, down into turn number 1. Who's going to have the best momentum? Now the track is wet. It's starting to dry out just a little bit. We got one turned around a little bit farther back in the field. I believe that was a Burrell Art. I think that might have been McCorkadale. No, McCorkadale is still through. It looks like that is the 240 out on track. Let's see if we can't get a name for that. And we're going to have to figure that one out. They come across the line. Let's take a look now at the front of the field heading down into what would have been the Daytona corner. But now we have this little bit of a change of a layout. Due to the fact that it's wet, they thought it was in the best interest, and I totally agree, to take out the banked corner, and what they produced was probably one of the best flowing and racing tracks we have seen here so far, and the fact that it's kind of a little bit difficult to run away from the field as we continue to watch him now heading down over into turn number 1. Still Maxwell out in front of McCorkadale, and then it looks like that is Brayton Johnson running in the 3rd spot, now going to go 3 wide, trying to see if he can't move himself up into P2. Maxwell's going to hold on to 2nd. Hannaville's still going to go door to door, side by side with Johnson over into turn number 3 now, coming down the backstretch. They're going to settle into place now. Fox in P2. Johnson P3, Hanville in P4, and then just behind is Tyler Kearns there in the 5th position. Meanwhile, your leader out in front, Adam Maxwell, slowly pulling away from the field as they're still going door to door. There goes Kearns, making a move to ground. Hanville tried to go for 2 for 1. Sorry, that's Jared Howerton in the 3rd spot. He tried to go door to door around Howerton, and now here comes Hanville. Put 2 wheels on the grass through the final corner, trying to see if it couldn't get alongside Howerton going down that start-finish straight. Here comes Kearns, late dive bomb move. He's going to back up that middle field. There goes Hanville like a pistol shot out of a gun, goes straight to P3. That's now going to bobble down. Both Kearns and Howerton are going to fall back 2, count that 3 positions. So now the order goes Maxwell out in front, Fox in P2, Hanville P3, or sorry, Hanville P3, and then it should be, I believe that's Keegan Day running in now the 4th position as they make their way through. We're going to burn 1 more lap into the books as they make their way across the stripe. Now again, 6 laps is the distance, 3 completed, 3 more to go. So it's Maxwell, Fox, Hanville, Wilbur, Howerton, Kearns, Keegan Day in 7th, Mason Green, Desi Pedregon running in P9, Brady Johnson rounds out your top 10 as the top 3 now continue to get spaced out, making their way through. As we're now going to be approaching 2 laps to go here this time by. So 2 laps to go now. Maxwell out in front over the rest of the field, heading down that short little backstretch over into turn number 4. He has got roughly a 2-second lead over Eli Fox running in the 2nd position. Just behind Fox, you get a little bit of a separation before he gets to Brandon Hanville in the 3rd spot. And then it's slowly starting to bunch back up. Howerton and Wilbur are slowly closing up to him, but with the white flag out now, I don't think they're going to have enough time to catch back up and make a move around Hanville. Now remember, from 2nd on back, Fox, Hanville, Howerton, Wilbur, and Kearns were all going back and forth there for that 2nd spot, but it seems to have settled down just a little bit. And looking at the times now, Howerton is closing up. He gained about 2/10 that last lap onto your 3rd placement of Brandon Hanville. However, he can continue to close, but he's not going to have enough time to get to him and make a move around. It's probably going to stay the same order across the line unless something happens there with Keegan Day and Tyler Kearns. Keegan Day a little bit closer, and he was actually able to get around of Kearns, so now Kearns is going to fall back into 7th. Count Keegan Day up 1 more position into the 6th spot, and then right behind Keegan Day is Braden Johnson. Checker flag is out now. Adam Maxwell will take the win and start a pole position for the feature this afternoon. Eli Fox comes across in P2. Hanville comes across in P3, Howerton in 4th, and Wilbur will round out your top 5. So that will do it there for the heat race for your 206 Senior Medium. 206 Junior. 206 Junior is about to go out on track. 206 Junior Sportsman is going to be up on grid. 206 Senior Heavy will be up on pre-grid. KA Senior and KA Master, you are up on deck. Again, all heat races now going forward are 6 laps in total. These are going to go by fairly quickly, so please make sure that you are on grid at the appropriate time before making your way out on track. So again, 206 Junior, you're about to go out, which means 206 Junior Sportsman up on grid, 206 Senior Heavy up on pre-grid, KA Senior and KA Master is up on deck. You are going to see more racing coming to you live here on the WRP Racing Network.
Go on YouTube. You have to get to like.
And here we go for the second pre-final here for your 206 Juniors set to take the green here, heading down into turn 1. Sam Tutwiler and Landon Brewer are going to take the green and lead them down into turn 1. Who can roll the outside line the best? And it looks like Tutwiler is going to get a huge run on the inside and go straight to the point. That is going to allow Brewer to slide to the second position. We got 3 turned around on the exit turn 1, one off into the grass, and it looks like the one in the grass was cart number 61. Let's see if we can't get a name for you guys here. Now they're going to get moved farther back down the grid. That was Evan Patton, who is now farther back on the field and has to have some serious time make up in order to catch back up to the main field. But the good news for them is they still have the feature event to go here the rest of the way. Let's see if we can't take a look at that battle right there. That is the top 5, and count that now 6th, all trying to go to see who can start on pole position for the feature this afternoon. Leading across the line for the first time is Sam Tutwiler, followed by Brewer. Van Dyke there in 3rd. Now here comes a battle for the 4th position. Christopher Utsi has a look on the inside, trying to get around Lane Gibbs, but it looks like it will not happen. They're still going to be slot in nose to tail. Here's your top 3. We're going to continue to watch this one. Tutwiler out in front on the privateer, car number 9 entry. Landon Brewer in P2 right now in the 820, running on the MPG Kart Republic chassis, followed by Dane Van Dyke, another privateer, running on an EOS OTK chassis. That's the top 3 now. Nose to tail working their way through. And these 3 have always been towards the front here for your 206 Junior classes. It's always been one of the 3 out in front. Tutwiler, though, has had a pretty good season so far. There's been countless races. I think 4 is all I can think of at the top of my head, where he's ran away from over a second and a half to almost 2 seconds from the rest of the field in the feature event. Now he's going to go all the way to the top side, 3 wide, heading down over into turn number 3 now. Now here comes on the outside line, Van Dyke, trying to see if he can't find some extra grip on the outside corner. It's going to send it up in the P2. Now he's going to try to go for the lead, and he does so. Gets around Tutwiler, crossover move from Tutwiler, and it looks like that may have been Van Dyke dropped a wheel, lost his momentum, falls back into 3rd, has to slot in line now, and now they're back to where they were previously, of Tutwiler out in front, Brewer in P2, and Van Dyke running in 3rd. Now, the difference in the track lines, if some of you guys are wondering why people are going so wide, since the track is wet, the rubber that builds up on the inside line actually turns into ice and becomes very slippery. So the most grip is found on the opposite side of where you normally find the track. So whatever the normal racing line is, you want to go to the exact opposite part of it to try to stay on that, so to speak, gray area of the track, because there's no rubber. It has just a little bit more grip, and it can cause for some decent racing. You have those fellows who are able to hold the inside line, the normal racing line, so to speak, and those who can roll the outside corner. What you're seeing here with the top 3 is Van Dyke moves himself up into P2 over now Brewer, who's back into P3. His teammate Lane Gibbs is farther back here of this 3-pack, roughly about 2 kart lengths, and then behind Gibbs you get to Christopher Utsi in the AMAX. I believe that is a Evo kart there, running in P number 5. 2 laps to go this time by, and Tutwiler goes on the defensive, goes all the way down the inside line. Here comes Brewer. He takes 1, is able to get 2 as they go 3 wide again, heading over to turn 3, and it looks like Tutwiler able to hold that outside line in now the position, and now battle for 2nd spot here between Van Dyke and Landon Brewer, and it looks like Van Dyke is going to come out top as, around goes Landon Brewer. I don't know if he dipped a wheel or if he had contact with Van Dyke, but something happened. His back end kicked out, wasn't able to have a complete save. Good news for now your 4th placement of Christopher Utsi. He is actually going to move up 1 more position now, and he is going to inherit that 3rd spot. So as of now, he's provisionally set to start on the inside of row number 2. White flag out this time by for your leader, and just like that, Sam Tutwiler now has roughly about a 2.5 to 3 kart length advantage down to turn 1. Again, taking that far outside line. There went Utsi as well, taking that outside line, trying to get off the rubber and onto the gray parts of the track. He is holding off now Lane Gibbs. Gibbs currently running in the 4th spot. Maddox Hooper now gets promoted up into the 5th position. Probably going to be a calm last lap here for your top 2 of Tutwiler and Van Dyke. Currently now a second separates the 2 of them as they make their way down to the hairpin of turn number 4 before they make their way into the inner parts of the track of turn number 5, as we have another one turned around on the exit of turn number 1. Checkered flag will be out now for your leader and provisional pole sitter now. Sam Tutwiler will start on pole for 206 Junior Sportsman. Van Dyke comes across P2, Christopher Utsi in P3, Lane Gibbs 4th, Maddox Hooper rounds out the top 5. So that'll do it for your 206 Junior. Up next, 206 Junior Sportsman. 206 Junior Sportsman is about to go out, which means 206 Senior Heavy is now up on grid. KA Senior, KA Master to pre-grid. Micros and Minis are now up on deck. All that's to come here live on the WRP Racing Network. And here we go for the next one up on the docket. This is the pre-final for Briggs 206 Junior. Let's see him down to the line, and it is going to be a no-go, Houston. We are going to abort the start and go one more time around. Let's go through your starting order. Dominic Gaddis is going to start on pole position on the inside of row number 1. Joining him on the outside of row number 1 in the second position goes to Jackson Stone. Row number 2 on the inside line is Danny O'Gara with Dylan Thomas. Row number 3 goes to Nico Santos starting in P number 5 next to Titus Roberts. Starting on row number 4, you have Jordan Lanford on the inside next to Kason Hendrickson. Row number 6 is going to be Miles Wilson on the inside of P9 next to Lincoln Wiley. And on the last row, Brett Hastings will start next to Austin Taylor. So we're going to send them one more time around and hopefully get the green flag this next time by. Let's go through the order and figure out what races we have up next. Up next on the docket is 206 Senior Heavy. So if you're 206 Senior Heavy, you need to be up on grid. KA Senior and KA Master, you should be up on pre-grid. Micros and Minis are up on deck. Again, these are heat races, 6 laps in total. How they finish here will determine the starting position for the feature this afternoon. So if you have a poor run in the heat race, which we've seen multiple times, you could find yourself in the back of the field. However, you still have the feature to try to make up some of those lost positions. So here they are now coming through what we consider the last corner before we make their way down this front straightaway. A little bit of a dog leg halfway through it, but you are flat out nonetheless in all classes. So as they make their way out of what was old turn number 1 coming down to the tram lines, let's see them as they go side by side a little bit faster, and they're still going to go green now to the outside line. Jackson Stone, let's see him all the way to the outside trying to get on that gray part of the track as we got one turned around in the middle. Oh, clipped another. And I believe Kason Hendrickson is actually not in one involved. Ben Axel there for kart 44. Kart 44 of Lincoln Wiley comes to a stop and is unfortunately done for the pre-final, but good news if they can get that axle change and still have the feature to try to make up some of those lost spots. Still another one over there as well. Can't quite get a kart number for you guys, but they are pulling that kart off the track there, and it looks like that appears to be kart number 8 of Jordan Lanfin on that new Gen Haas chassis entry. Is hopefully going to get refired, but is so far down the order. Maybe it can make up 1 or 2 spots. There's a couple of DNFs, but they both have their work cut out for them when it comes time for the feature. Side by side for the lead down into turn number 1. And it is going to be Dylan Thomas on that Top Kart USA entry, kart number 11, up to P number 1 now. Jackson Stone on the AMAX Charles Leclerc entry, and P2 is now under fire from Dominic Gaddis on the MPG Kart Republic, running in the 3rd position. Just behind them, you get to Danny O'Gara on the Privateer Top Kart USA entry, running in P4. 2nd and 3rd. Looks like a possible exchange here heading into turn number 4. There is not. That is between Jackson Stone in the 2nd spot and Dylan Thomas in P number 3, and it looks like they both got a little loose there coming out of the inner hairpin. Here comes O'Gara on the inside now. Count O'Gara possibly up to 3rd, still side by side, has to yield now coming down that front straightaway. Does he try it heading down into turn number 1? He's looking, he's there, he's clear. So now O'Gara up into P number 3, Dominic Gaddis back into P number 4, and they're both now going to push a little bit, nose to tail coming out of turn 3 to try to reel in Jackson Stone running in the 2nd position. Meanwhile, Dylan Thomas out in front of the Top Kart USA entry has about 4 to 5 kart length advantage over this 3-kart battle for the 2nd position. They're now coming up on 3 laps to go this time by, which means there'll be 3 more remaining, 50% in, 50% still yet to go here. How they finish will determine the starting spot for the feature this afternoon. That 2nd, 3rd, and 4th pack is starting to bunch up once again. Here comes O'Gara. He has got Jackson Stone on the toe. He's looking for a crossover, sends it deep now, already pulling out a line heading into turn number 1. He sends it deep up on the inside. Does it stick? Oh, there went your leader, Dylan Thomas. Got sideways and now falls back in the 4th position. So this 3-kart battle for 2nd is now the 3-kart battle for the lead. Jackson Stone is going to go door to door here up into turn 1. It looked like that was, I believe that was Dominic Gaddis who tried to peek there on the inside. Couldn't get it done as they make their way down into the turn number 4, heading up in the inner hairpin now. So Jackson Stone still out in front. O'Gara P2, and now Gaddis in the 3rd position. This time by, it's going to be the popsicle sticks in the air. 2 laps to go, side by side for the lead into turn number 1. O'Gara signals for help there from Gaddis. He's not going to get it because Gaddis isn't close enough. O'Gara has Stone cleared into turn 1. He's got to take the inside line. Stone is able to make that outside line work. Here comes Gaddis trying for the crossover move, and now Jackson Stone is going to roll the outside line over into turn number 3. He's going to try to set him up once again, heading up into 4, and let's see it. Can he cross him over here heading into turn 4? turn 3, now heading over into turn 4. Wasn't able to get it done there. Jackson Stone falls back into line now behind Gaddis up in the second position. Danny O'Gara leading the pack, but he's not able to pull away as here comes Gaddis straight to his back bumper, and Jackson Stone will have nothing more than to see Gaddis trying to make a pass there on O'Gara, slow the pack down. Gaddis has got the run. He's in the tow. White flag out this time by. Look for O'Gara to defend now, heading into the main stretch down into turn 1. He's actually going to take the normal racing line. Does Gaddis try it here? No, he stays in line. Here comes Jackson Stone, though, as O'Gara sweeps out a little bit wide. Gaddis able to hold the inside line. Now he's going to try to pitch him off on the inside. Does O'Gara sweep out wide now? He does a little bit, but Gaddis goes just a little bit wider. So that is going to be good news for your leader of O'Gara. He's going to hold off Gaddis for now, but he's going to open up that tow heading down into turn number 4. Gaddis is in tow. He's straight to the back bumper. Does he try to pass here? Not into 4, but he's going to have him set up for a pass to the inside hairpin. Let's see what O'Gara does. He defends. Gaddis trying to see if he can't do the switch over crossover move. Not able to get it done. His back end slides out, and that is going to do it. Danny O'Gara is going to take the checkered flag and start on pole position for the feature. Gaddis will join him on the outside row, finishing in P number 2, and Jackson Stone comes across the line in P3. Dylan Thomas, who had that huge lead out in the front before he got a little loose, was able to close back up there to Jackson Stone, finishing in the 4th spot. And Kason Hendrickson rounds out your top 5. So that'll do it for your Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. Up next is your 206 Senior Heavies. 206 Senior Heavies about to make their way on track. After that, and up on grid now, is going to be KA Senior with KA Master. Following on pre-grid will be Micros and Minis, and then 206 Masters up on deck.
Great job, Dylan Thomas.
And here we go for your 206 Senior Heavy, taking the green now, heading down into turn number 1. That is going to be Matt Geist on the outside, Braden Hanville on the inside, making their way now through turns 2, heading up into 3 now. Here comes Hanville, trying it for the inside, takes a point away. He's going to bring with him Evan McCorkadale, as McCorkadale is going to go door to door with Geist heading down into turn number 4. The quick left-hander 90-degree corner as they make their way through. Let's watch it, how they're going to stack up. Well, 1 through 4 are going to go nose to tail. That is Hanville, Geist, Corkadale, followed by Dietzy in P4, and now Tom Harlan in P number 5. Hanville goes wide, opens up the door. Here comes Geist now to the point. Matt Geist leads, heading down into turn number 1. Hanville right behind him in P2. McCorkadale there in 3rd, and then Adam Dietz all over his back bumper in the 4th spot. McCorkadale got a little loose there on the entry of turn number 1. I think he was getting a little bit of help there from Adam Dietz, and Dietz just wasn't able to back off enough. They all take the high line except for Harlem through turns number 2. Harleman now is slotted into line. So top 5, nose to tail, making their way down this backstretch. And there's McCorkadale. You're watching the left-hand side of your screen in the 3rd position. Your top 2, or sorry, the right-hand side. Top 2 are on the left of both Hanville and Geist respectively, as it looks like Hanville trying to set up Geist for a pass there in the inside hairpin. Can't get it done. Now he's trying to see if he can't set him up for another crossover. Meanwhile, Adam Dietz has got his hands full with Tom Harleman back there in the 4th and 5th position. So if these two can maybe just wait a little bit longer, wait for the top 3 to go back and forth, they can reel him in. As here comes Hanville now, sends it up on the inside. He's got the point, gets loose, crossover move from Matt Geist, who goes back up onto the point. And now here comes McCorkadale trying to see if he can't slot to that 2nd spot. Hanville has got his hands full as he is dancing that car through turn number 2, all the way to the outside line. Here comes McCorkadale trying it up on the inside. McCorkadale, he's got the point. Here comes a crossover, and it is going to now be back into 2nd. Hanville heading into turn number 4. All this battling for the 2nd position has allowed your leader to pull away of Matt Geist about 4 or 5 kart lengths now over 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Hanville up on the wheel, gets a little loose there through the 2nd left-hander up the hill. He is now slotted and continuing to run in the 2nd spot, but here comes Adam Dietz now for the 4th position. He's caught up to the back bumper of McCorkadale as he tried to turn 1. No, he's going to stay in the line now, coming through turn 1, heading over into turn 2, and Hanville has slowly closed back up to your leader as well of Matt Geist. That last time by, they completed 3 laps, so there are 3 more to go here. Now over into turn number 3, heading into turn 4. It looks like Hanville got a little bit of a run, takes a peek back. He's got no help and no push from behind as they make their way into turn number 4 now. So that gap continues to close down now to about a kart length between the 2 leaders of Geist and Hanville, heading over to the inner hairpin. Now up the hill they go. They're going to see double sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Hanville trying to set up for a crossover move. He goes wide, gets the run, straight to the back bumper, already looking low. Now he's trying to see if he can't look high. There he goes to the inside line again, trying to see if he can't psych out Geist to make a mistake. Geist takes a wide line, gets his hands crossed all the way over, somehow pedals it to maintain that 1st position. Hanville trying to squeeze Geist to the inside line, tries to see if he can't send it for another crossover as Adam Dietz dropped a wheel there for 4th, running with McCorkadale in the 3rd spot. They all make their way out of turn number 2. Now here comes McCorkadale with the run on Hanville. Does he try it here to turn 4? Does he wait for the hairpin? Well, he's not going to try it here. He's going to have 1, maybe 2 more attempts for the 2nd spot. Matt Geist still has about a half a kart length advantage, and I think he's going to hold on to it. No one close enough to make a move to him. Up the hill they go to receive the white flag now. 1 more lap to go and a couple more attempts to see if anyone can go to that top spot. Hanville sends it way down to the inside line, heading over into turn number 1. Does he have the point? Can he hold on to it? Does he swing wide? Just a little bit, and I think it's going to be enough to hold off Matt Geist. Geist goes wide. Hanville forced that inside line. Is there with McCorkadale spinning around in turn 1, so he is now shuffled back farther behind the field. He's going to slot in behind. Tom Harleman is now up into 4th, but here's a battle for the top 2. Geist leaning all the way to the inside, trying to see if he can't work the weight distribution of the cart to get as much grip out of it as possible. Coming down into turn 4 now. Hanville, he's got the lead. He's going to have to defend here into the inner hairpin. He does. Does he hold on to it? Here comes Geist, door to door up the hill. Hanville's got the advantage of the inside line. Here comes a crossover from Geist, possibly not going to be enough. Checkered flag is out. Hanville will barely take the win this afternoon. .058 separates the 2 of them, so Hanville will start in pole position. Matt Geist will start in P2. Adam Dietz in 3rd. Tom Harleman will move up into P number 4. Ed McCorkadale falls back into P5. Kenneth Owens will start in 6th, and Bentley McLean will start in the 7th position. So that'll do it for your 206 Senior Heavy. Up next and about to go out is KA Senior with KA Master. Then after that, it needs to be on grid is Micros and Minis, followed by 206 Masters up on pre-grid. KA Junior is up on deck. Here is your KA100 Senior pre-final event, and they are going to go one more time around. Let's go through the starting order. On pole position, the 925 Red Speed Independent is Vaughn Beasley. P2 on the outside on the Top Kart USA entry is AJ Ludd. Matt Dean, another Top Kart USA entry, slotted to start P3. Carson Sauter, an independent on a GP kart, starting in P number 4. Bane Bennett II, a privateer on a Tony kart, OTK, starting in P number 5. Daniel Piercy on a Best Karts, running with Jim Howe Motorsports in P6. Braden Rudder on the privateer, OTK, starts in P7. Charlie Steiner starts in P number 8. Braden Heber, P9. Brennan Owens in P10. Casey Piercy in P11. Blake Finley in P12. And 13th overall, and the only KA Master of Bruce L. starting in the 13th position. 6 laps is going to be the distance. How they finish here will determine where they start in the feature event this afternoon. Keep an eye on the 988 of Charlie Steins, as he is normally a front runner here, starting the farther back of the field. Green flag now out. Let's see him down into turn number 1, and it is going to be the Red Speed of Vaughn Beasley holding off the field there for the start. Goes all the way over to defend that outside line, and he's going to hold off the likes of AJ Ludd, Matt Dean, and Carson Sauter now coming over into turn 2 and sends it deep up on the inside. Vaughn Beasley trying to see if he can pass back there on AJ Ludd. He does so. Now here comes on the inside for P2. Matt Dean shoots up on the inside of the Top Kart USA entry. He is now going to inherit that second spot. And then AJ Ludd on a newer chassis. If you recall back, he had a little bit of an older Top Kart USA. Now he's on a newer Top Kart USA chassis there in the third position, door to door there for the third spot. Here comes Carson Sauters and Charlie Steins. Steins tried the outside line on the final corner, almost got pinched off, and they had to back it back down. Then Bane Bennett II shoots around the outside line there for third. So now Bane Bennett is able to get around Sauters. Now here comes Steins wheeling that kart all over the place. He is going to still be behind Carson Sauter in now the 5th position. So those two are going door to door, and now they're going to back it off and go single file. There it is now, right in front of it, and that 3-pack is Bane Bennett II. Then now door to door on the inside line there was Carson Sauter, followed by Charlie Steins in the 5th position. It looks like Sauter was able to get back around Bane Bennett II, so now count him back one more position. And Charlie Steins there running in P number 6 is just watching those two go door to door out in front. Everyone's willing for all it's worth, trying to find whatever grip they can. Meanwhile, your top 3, Matt Dean was out in front, but Vaughn Beasley was able to get back around. So Vaughn Beasley up in P1, Matt Dean P2, AJ Ludd in the 3rd position. Then you get back to this battle right here we're watching between Carson Sauter in the 4th spot there on the left-hand side of your screen. Bane Bennett II on the Tony kart running just in the middle of that pack, and P number 5, and then Charlie Steins running in the 6th position. This time by 4 laps to go. 2 are in the books across the stripe now. There's a good shot at the gap of your top 3 heading down into turn 1. Vaughn Beasley opens up a little bit of a lead, about 7/10 over Matt Dean. He's able to find that grip on the outside line. Then in your 3rd spot, AJ Ludd, about equal spacing all the way through. About 7/10 between 1st and 2nd, 8/10 between 2nd and 3rd, and then 1.4 between that 3-pack before you get to your 4th placement of Carson Sauter. So Carson Sauter holding off Bane Bennett II and Charlie Steins, running in 4th, 5th, and 6th. Making the way up the hill towards the inner hairpin, is about to be halfway this time by. 3 laps to go, and it looks like your 3rd placement now slowly starting to catch up to Matt Dean. Meanwhile, here comes Bane Bennett II reeling in on Carson Sauter heading into turn 1. Does he try to pop out here, make a last minute move? No, he stays in tow. Meanwhile, around went your 2nd placement. That is Matt Dean. Looped it heading into turn 1. Is going to follow all the way back, way down the line. He's behind Casey Piercy. He's going to slot in between Brennan Owens, who also Brennan Owens spins it out. So Owens goes to the back of the field as well. All sorts of chaos there happening in turn number 1. This time by is going to be 2 laps to go, and now it is Vaughn Beasley leading the way over AJ Ludd in 2nd. AJ Ludd has got about 1.2 second gap between himself and Vaughn Beasley, your leader, then about a half a second between himself and Carson Sauter, who is now running up into 3rd. Behind him, the battle's kind of died down a little bit between Bane Bennett II and Charlie Steins. Steins has a look to the inside, gets pinched off by Bane Bennett. Now he's going to try to again heading into turn 3. Can he make it stick? No. Sorry, out of turn 2. now up into turn 3, sends it deep up on the inside, takes the spot, and he's going to sweep wide. Now he's going to hold on to that spot, but here comes Bane Bennett the second, up on the inside line, heading into turn 4. This could be the first pass we see down here all day. Can he hold the outside line? No. Charlie Steins has to yield position. He's going to try it once again to the inner hairpin. Charlie Steins slots it in. Will it stick? White flag is out for your leader, as let's watch it now. Charlie Steins does make it work, so he will move up 1 position and be into the 4th spot. He's trailing about 4 kart lengths behind Carson Sater, your 3rd placeman. And then just behind Charlie Steins is Bane Bennett the second, running in P number 5. So that is your 3rd, 4th, and 5th placeman. Meanwhile, your top 2 is still Von Beasley out in front and AJ Ludd running in P2. And that battle now for the 5th spot, it looks like Bane Bennett the second got a better run out of turn 3. He's closing up. He's on the back bumper. Not quite close enough to make a move. Steins defends and takes the spot away last minute. I think he caught Carson Sauter off guard, as now here comes Bane Bennett trying to go for Carson Sauter. Checkered flag is out. They're going to make their way across the line now. So your winner with ease with the 1.2 second advantage is Von Beasley. Will start in pole position. AJ Ludd in P number 2 on that new chassis will start on the outside of row number 1. Charlie Steins will start on the inside of row number 2 in P3. Carson Sater will join him on the outside on P4. Bane Bennett the second rounds out your top 5. So that'll do it for your KA Senior and KA Master. So on track next will be your micros and your minis. Following that and on grid needs to be 206 Masters. Following will be on pre-grid KA Junior, then 206 Super Masters with 4-cycle novice up on deck. Here comes a 2-for-1 special, your micros and your minis, as we will actually send the entire field one more time around. So let's go through your micro and your mini starting order. Micros are going to start behind the minis. The minis will be out in front. So both groups going to go one more time around. Starting on pole for your minis, Lincoln Wiley will start, or sorry, Titus Roberts will start on pole next to Grayson Walcott in P number 2. Andrew Avalos will start in P3 next to Dalton Sears, and Bentley McCain starts in P number 5. For your micros, Danny O'Gara starts in pole position next to Dominic Gaddis. Trip Golnick starts in P number 3 next to Kason Hendrickson. Will Fletchington starts in P number 5 next to Hudson Howard in P6.
and then Bo Duke Schultz will start on the final row next to Lincoln Wiley. So that is your micros and your minis set to take the green here this afternoon for your pre-final. Again, how they finish here will determine the starting spot for the feature later this afternoon as they are making their way out of crawl. Again, this is your micros, your minis, I should say, out in front. Your micros are the ones who are starting a little bit farther back. So on your screen on the left-hand side, if you're watching at home, from Danny O'Gara down to Lincoln Wiley, so 1 through 8, that is your micros. And then once you go from Titus Roberts back to Bentley McCain, that is your minis. It'll change order and it'll be corrected here after we have one lap in the books, as we're going to send them to the green now. So green is out for your minis. Your micros coming across the line now. They're going to have to go green here as Danny O'Gara leads them down to the stripe. Here's your leader out in front, car number 19, Titus Roberts, over Grayson Walcott in P number 2, and that is cart number 144 that you're watching at the top of your screen. Just behind him, Andrew Avalos is running on the top cart USA entry in P number 3, with Dalton Sears just behind them in P number 4. Green flag now out for your micros. Danny O'Gara is actually going to have a little bit of work to do, as he, I believe, lost 2 positions there on the start. O'Gara actually went to the back of the field, so O'Gara's got his work cut out for him. Then on your screen now, you're watching your minis. So that's Titus Roberts leading out in front, car number 19. Car 144, Grayson Walcott running in P number 2. Dalton Sears, P3. Andrew Avalos in P4. And then Dominic Gaddis is the next one in line. Your leader now for your micros. And then you get back to Casey Henderson running in P2. And then Trip Golnick running in P number 3. Yellow flag is out, down into turn number 1. And it looks like we got one in the bear. That's cart 10 of Will Fletching for micros, and then you get the rest of the field in order as well. So we're going to sit back and just watch these kiddos go. They're starting to get themselves spaced out. 4 laps to go, be 3 to go next time by. 206 Masters. 206 Masters going to be up on grid. KA Junior up on pre-grid. 206 Super Masters with 4-cycle novice will be up on deck. After that, we'll go into your 206 Senior Light, followed by your 206 Masters Heavy. Then we'll take another break and then come back for your features this afternoon. So you're watching your micros and your minis. Your minis are out in front. That's Titus Roberts leading the way overall for the for the minis. And then for the micros, Dominic Gaddis, registered P number 5 on the left-hand side of your screen, currently leading the way for your micros.
never know who's after this. I'll do a little too young for me, personally.
So up next is your 206 Masters. On track now is your 206 Masters. On grid now is going to be your KA Junior, needs to be up on grid. 206 Masters with 4-cycle novice will be up on pre-grid. 206 Senior Light is up on deck, and then after that goes to 206 Masters Heavy. Once again, after 206 Masters Heavy and before the finals, we're going to take a 20-minute break, and then we'll get going with our feature event. But right now, about to take the green is your 206 Masters. Let's go through the starting order. Matt Geis starts on pole position next to Adam Dietz in P number 2. Troy Toney starts in the 3rd spot with Derek Hastings in P4. And Braden Lanfin rounds out the field in P number 5. 6 laps is going to be the distance. However they finish here determines their starting spot for the feature this afternoon. So let's see it. On the inside line is Matt Geis to Adam Dietz on the outside. It's been a little bit of a crapshoot of which line's going to be better. Let's see what it's like for these guys. Matt Geis gets a good start. Can he hold the inside line? Adam Dietz goes wide. Here comes Hastings for 3rd. Bobbles the inside corner, and now single file they go of Geis, Dietz, and Troy Toney now falling down the orders. Here comes Hastings for 3rd. Hastings trying to see if he can't slot himself in. He does. So now Hastings up into P3. Troy Toney in P4, close on his back bumper, giving a push there heading in to turn number 4. Meanwhile, out in front, Matt Geis has got about about a half a car length advantage over Adam Dietz in P2. Now here comes Hastings trying to force the issue for 3rd. He gets up next to him. Does he take the spot? He's going to have the inside line to turn 1. Sometimes it's not the most preferred. Still trying to see if he can't force a mistake out of Dietz heading down into turn 1. Shot out of a cannon. There goes Derek Hastings. He's up into P3, and just like that, they got a new second placement. Adam Dietz trying the outside line, gets a little loose there on exit. He's got the momentum. He's going to try to pinch off Hastings to the inside line, and just like that, Adam Dietz to the outside line goes up into P2. Checkered flag this time by for your leader. Matt Geis will start on pole position this afternoon with Adam Dietz coming across in P2. Troy Tony comes across in P number 3. Derek Hastings in P4. And Braden Lanfin will be a DNF in P number 5. So that'll do it for your 206 Masters. Up next is your KA Juniors on track next, which means 206 Super Masters and 4 Cycle Novice need to be up on grid. 206 Senior Lights a pre-grid. And 206 Masters Heavy up on deck.
Green flag is now out for KA100 Juniors. Your front row is Jackson Deal and Landon Brewer, and it looks like Brewer got a little bit of an advantage there heading down into turn number 1 and 2. Jackson Deal all the way crossed over on the exit of turn 1, somehow holds on to the lead. Now they're going to go nose to tail, 1, 2, 3, 4 deep through turns number 3, heading into 4 now. So Deal out in front, P2 of Landon Brewer. Brian Mort there in the 3rd spot, heading down into turn number 4, and just behind is Mason Gallion in the 4th spot. In that Top Kart USA entry is there in front of him is a sea of MPG and Kart Republics 1, 2, and 3, and then he gets Mason Gallion in P4, Top Kart USA entry. Then he gets a P5 Privateer of Dane Van Dyke on the Cosmic OTK in the 5th position, heading down into turn 1 now. So it's Deal, Brewer, Mort, Gallion, now Christopher Yutzi up position into P number 5 as we have one blown through the barriers, and I fear that may have been, and it is, Dane Van Dyke went through the wall there, or sorry, that's not Dane Van Dyke, that is kart number 1 of Raider Santos went through the wall in turn number 1, so they're going to have to hopefully make those repairs fairly quickly. Rest of the field seemed to be untouched from that, though. So 1, 2, and 3 out in front, although it's a 1-2 breakaway of Jackson Deal and Landon Brewer are the 2 MPG Kart Republics. Then he gets a P3. Ryan Moore, another MPG Kart Republic. And then he get door to door just behind your 5th placeman there. Van Dyke is Mason Gallion and Christopher Yutzi. They went side by side there on the exit of the final corner. Looks like they're going to settle in now. And Mason Gallion gets a little loose, heading down into turn 1. Somehow holds on to it. But here comes Yutzi on the AMAX OTK. Trying for the crossover coming out of turn 2 now, heading over into turn 3. Somehow going to hold on to the point. There's your top 2. So now we got Landon Brewer out in front over Jackson Deal for 1st and 2nd. Then behind them we get to Ryan Moore in P3, followed by Dane Van Dyke in P4. Out of the inner hairpin they go, making their way up the hill one more time. It's going to be halfway, 3 laps to go this time by, as Brewer's going to lead them across the line for the first time. Then Jackson Deal in P2, Ryan Moore P3, Van Dyke up into 4th, and it looks like the only possible challenge we have for position now is coming from Dane Van Dyke, and now Ryan Moore. As Moore gets loose, sideways, comes to a stop, middle of turn number 2, and just like that, Ryan Moore finds himself all the way down the field, and he is going to have a very difficult feature event with all those spots he has to make back up. Meanwhile, that is going to now push Van Dyke now up into P3, Yutzi up into P4, Gallion back inside the top 5. Setting their sights out of the inner hairpin, coming up the hill. Here we go, 2 laps to go at the line. Top 3 fairly spaced out, so I don't think there's going to be a decent challenge there inside the top 3. You got Brewer, Deal, Van Dyke, both. Actually, it's 1.8 second separation between Brewer and Deal, and then a 1.8 second separation between Deal and Van Dyke. And they get back to the battle for 3rd between Christopher Yutzi, Mason Gallion, and Maddox Hooper. So those 3, they're trailing about 1.3 seconds back from the top 3 now, as the top 3 equal spacing all the way through. So I think there's going to be no challenge up in that front group as they make their way into the inner hairpin. There goes by Ryan Moore, who's had a decent day, turned to bad, and he's got his work cut out for him later on. Here comes now his teammate across the line, Landon Brewer, sees the white flag, one more time by for him, then goes Deal, then Van Dyke, and then he gets a 3-pack battle between Yutzi, Gallion, and Hooper heading down into turn 1. I think the only one close enough to make a move is Hooper on Mason Gallion there, and it looks like he's not going to get it done into turn 1, but he is close now on the back bumper, heading up over into turn number 2, falls back just a little bit. There's your leader, Landon Brewer out in front, Kart 20 on the MPG Kart Republic entry. Right behind him, another MPG Kart Republic of Jackson Deal, and then the privateer of Dane Van Dyke on the Cosmic OTK running in the 4th position. Looks like we have one stopped on the inside parts of the track. I think that may be Christopher Yutzi on the AMAX OTK, and it is not. It is someone else on the OTK. Hope we get a line for you guys later on. As checker flag is out now, Brewer is going to start on pole position. Jackson Deal starts in P2. Van Dyke will start inside of row number 2 in P3. Christopher Yutzi will join him in P number 4. Mason Gallion rounding out your top 5. So that'll do it for your KA100 Juniors. Up next is 206 Supermasters with 4-cycle novice, which means on grid needs to be 206 Senior Light. Up on grid, on pre-grid is 206 Masters Heavy. Coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network.
I'm good. I moved the camera out of the way just in time. What? I did get the shot, yeah. Yeah, that was after the
Here we go, we're about to get underway here for your brakes. 206 Senior light, starting on pole position is Braden Johnson. Next to him is going to be Adam Maxwell heading down into turn number 1. Maxwell trying to roll the outside line through turn number 1. It looks like Braden Johnson's going to hold on to it, but here comes Riley Baldwin for the 3rd spot. He's trying to make it 3 wide there for 2nd, and it looks like it is now going to be Jared Howerton holding on to P3 as they make their way over into the 3rd corner. So that is your 1, 2, and 3 and 4 side by side. Howerton on the outside, Baldwin on the inside. Baldwin all the way up in the seat, trying to see if he can't scoot some extra power out of that car coming down into turn number 4 now. It looks like Howerton's going to hold on to the 3rd spot. Baldwin slots into P4. Now here comes down on the inside deep comes AJ Ludd, now going door to door for P3, slots into P4, 1 through 8, now nose to tail making the way across the stripe. Now 5 laps to go heading down into turn number 1. Your leader, Braden Johnson's got a significant lead, about 2.5 kart lengths, almost 3, and now his teammate of Adam Maxwell has his handful trying to hold back Jared Howerton in the 3rd spot. Howerton closes back up, gives a little bit of a push heading into turn 1, trying to see if he can't work a crossover move here heading into turn 3. He's rolling the outside line, trying to get that extra grip from the gray parts of the track. He gets a good run, not close enough to make a run for it. Into turn number 4, goes straight to the back bumper once again. A little bit of a nudge there to Adam Maxwell that he got from Howerton. Howerton sends it deep on the inside. AJ Ludd tries to follow. They're going to go door to door up the hill. Who's AJ going to go? Well, he was going to give it a little bit of help. Now they're 3 wide towards the top, and it's going to have to be Howerton yielding going down into turn 1 now. And now AJ Ludd gets a little bit of a push now from AJ. Now AJ Ludd is going to have to settle in here. Maxwell goes all the way out to the outside line. Here comes Tyler Kearns now, shooting it up to be the outside, trying to go from 4th up to 3rd. He had a good run there, but he had to back out of it. Now he's going to send it late again, along with, I believe that may be Braden Heber as well. It is. The 8 of Braden Heber goes side by side with Howerton. Meanwhile, a little bit farther forward AJ Ludd goes side by side with Maxwell. So now Maxwell falls back in the third position, but they're still shuffling in that mid-pack. Here comes Kearns on the inside of Howerton. Gives a little bit of a touch there on door-to-door up the hill, and it looks like they're going to settle down now for a moment. So let's give you a rundown. Brayton Johnson, he's way out in front, 2.1 seconds. He's checked out. He just needs to burn some laps. Adam Maxwell falls back into P3 as AJ Ludd made a move there down to turn number 1. Braden Heber running in the 4th spot, but he's now under attack from Jared Howerton in P5. Howerton sends up on the inside. He can't get it done. Then you go back to Tyler Kearns running in P6. P7 goes to Riley Baldwin, the privateer on the WPK entry, and then Keegan Day on the Top Kart USA entry running in P8. So your top 8 relatively close. Meanwhile, Brayton Johnson, all he has to do is take a knee and wind the clock down. He's got plenty of breathing room. The battle in that mid-pack is heating up even more so now with 2 laps to go. So he has nothing to worry about besides keeping it smooth. Meanwhile, Braden Heber was able to get around Howerton now, but he's under attack from Howerton as well, heading down to turn number 1. Here comes Tyler Kearns. Late pass into turn number 1. He bobbles it down just a little bit to try to keep it under control. They're going to go back to nose and tail, so it's Heber in 4th, Howerton in 5th, Kearns P6, Riley Baldwin in 7th, and then you get back to Day in P8. Out of turn 3, this one's a little bit calmer than we saw before. Baldwin's got a little bit of a run, looks on the inside of Kearns heading over into turn 4. He's up at the door panel. He's got to put his elbows out. He takes a spot. Keegan Day thought about following, and now Tyler Kearns tries for the pass back. He gets it back by. Baldwin's got to run. What does he do with it? He's trying to get to the inside line, and it looks like Tyler Kearns pitched him off going down through the final corner. White flag is out this time by your leader, Brayton Johnson. It's a 1.7 second advantage, so he's losing a little bit of time, but he's got enough breathing space with there only being 1 lap left. He doesn't have to worry about a battle from behind. However, AJ Ludd, he's got a little bit of company. Behind him, Adam Maxwell on the AMAX entry. He's about 2.5 car lengths from behind. Not close enough to make any dive bomb moves, but AJ Ludd's got to be almost perfect going through the last couple corners. Behind Maxwell, though, is the 2 battling it out of Braden Heber and Johnson. And it looks like Howerton locked it up heading into turn 4. He's going to lose more positions to it, so that's going to settle that battle. Checker flag is out now. Braden Johnson's going to start in pole position. AJ Ludd into P2. Adam Maxwell in 3rd. Braden Heber will start into 4th. Jared Howerton gets shuffled all the way through the back of the field. Loses spots for the Riley Baldwin, finishes in P5. Keegan Day comes across in P6. Tyler Kearns in 7th. Jared Howerton comes back in P8. Dominic Stancombe in P number 9. And Michael Greenwood rounds out your top 10. I have a feeling, though, that was just a precursor of the amount of chaos we're going to see in this one a little bit farther on for your Breaks 206 Senior Light. Up next in the final heat race of the day is your 206 Masters Heavy. After that, we'll then go into our 20-minute break before we get going with our finals, starting with Kid Kart. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere as you're watching live on the WRP Racing Network.
Green flag is out for your 206 Masters Heavy. Let's give you a rundown. Right now, it is Derek Hastings out in front over Tom Harleman in P2. P3 is Troy Toney, followed by, I believe that's Josh Lockhart in the 4th position. Then you get a little bit farther back to Michael Schaffer in the 5th position. So that's your top 5, all nose to tail again. Where they finish here will determine the starting order for the feature event this afternoon. So we're coming up now on the final half lap, heading down into turn 4. It is Hastings out in front with Harleman in P2. Harleman's got his hands full from Troy Toney running at P number 4, making the way through the inner hairpin for the final time. But up the hill, it is going to be an easy win for Derek Hastings, taking the checkered flag here. He will start on pole position for your brakes 206 Masters Heavy. So that will do it for the pre-finals here this afternoon. We are scheduled to come back with a 125. 125, we'll start with our prayer, and then at 1:30 we'll get underway with Kid Karts for the finals. So again, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to stay with schedule 125 prayer. Sorry, 1:15. 1:15 we'll be doing our prayer national anthem, and then following that we'll get going with our Kid Kart novice. So see you all at about 1:15. We're going to come back with the pre-race ceremonies and then get going with our finals here this afternoon.
We're on a break now, right?
kick your car.
That one right there, the garage suit next to Enzo, it's only 4. That's a tall ass quarter.
Alrighty, we're about to get things kicked off here. Before we start our features, we're going to do our prayer followed by the national anthem. So if everyone could please rise for our prayer.
Father God, we thank you for today. Though the weather has been challenging yet again, you continue to give us the opportunity to go racing with our friends and family here at Whiteland Raceway Park. We are grateful for that. We thank you for our 2023 championship season and for this group of racers. We ask that you continue to look over everyone on and off the track in today's events and throughout the off-season. May you keep them safe and sound here and away and remind them to have fun and help them to do their very best. We are grateful for all the blessings that you bestow upon us, and we pray this all in your Son's holy name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Alrighty, about to get things kicked off here with Kid Karts. Kid Karts to grid. We're going to send you out here in about 5 minutes. Kid Karts to grid. Kid Kart novice to pre-grid. 206 Senior Light up on deck.
อ๋อ
เ
checkered flag is out, and it is Diesel Maxwell taking the win here this afternoon. So that'll do it for the Kid Karts. Up next is Kid Kart Novice. And this is also the first reminder that a half hour after the events are over and you've cleared tech and you've finished on the win, or if you take the win, that you do get a turkey this afternoon. You can get a 30-pound frozen turkey after you get the win here and you cleared tech and there are no protests filed within that 30-minute period. You can get those from Zoe O'Gara downstairs. You can also feel free to take as many photos as you want with the podium with your turkey. Make sure you tag us at WRP on Instagram and Facebook. Share the love here this afternoon, as hopefully most of you guys can enjoy a 30-pound turkey. So again, that'll do it for the Kid Karts. Up next is Kid Kart Novice. Kid Karts and Kid Kart Novice are both 10 laps in total. All their classes will be 15. So please make sure you stay up to date with the schedule. Again, if you want a paper copy, you can find that inside the lobby. And if you want a digital, you can find that on Instagram and Facebook. So Kid Karts have now been concluded. Kid Kart Novice is up next. When they go out, 206 Senior Light will be up on grid, 206 Senior Light to grid, 206 Junior to pre-grid, 206 Junior Sportsman will be up on deck. checkered flag is out for car number 27. Enzo Signer taking the win this afternoon is going to be bringing home a turkey for the family here for your Kid Kart Novice. Up next, after this, we have your 206 Senior Light. 206 Senior Light's about to go out. Once they do, 206 Junior. 206 Junior, you will then be up on grid. 206 Junior Sportsman, you'll be up on pre-grid. 206 Senior Heavy will be up on deck. Once again, once you have cleared tech and you have gone through the 30-minute protest period, and the results are final, at the bottom of the timing tower, you can find turkey for the win, chicken for P2, and a quail for the third position. You can also feel free and encouraged to take photos downstairs on the podium, and feel free to tag us both on Instagram and Facebook at WRP.
Oh yeah, definitely. After the way you raced last year.
And here we go for your breaks. 206 Senior Light. Brayden Johnson and AJ Ludd are going to take them down to the green. Row number 2, Adam Maxwell and Braden Heber. Row number 3, Riley Baldwin and Tyler Kearns. That is your top 6 down to the line. Is it a go? It is not. We're going to abort the start and send them one more time around. That'll give us time to go through the running order. So as I said, your top 6 rounded out by Tyler Kearns. Row number 4 is going to be Jared Howerton, followed by Keegan Day. Row number 5, Dominic Stancombe and Michael Greenwood. That'll round out your top 10. Ethan Williams will start P11 next to Ryan King in 12th. Michael B will start in 13th next to Gunner in P14. 14 karts set to take the green here this afternoon. It looks like we have one who is a little bit late to the show. I believe that is kart number 2 of Michael B. And it looks to be a new gen Haas chassis entry there. Is going to have to go to the back of the field there to start in the 14th position. Here we go. We're going to send them around, and let's see if we can't get the green this time by. Your top 2, Braden Johnson, AJ Ludd down to line, and it is no green again. And it looks like the flagman is not happy. Adam Burrow is pointing at one of the drivers there in the, I believe that may have been the 2nd or 3rd row. So I think we're going to get one more time or one more opportunity. If there's still a mistake, they might have to move that individual to the back of the grid. So we're going to send them around yet again. When we come back, we're going to see 15 laps of racing for the shootout here for 206 Senior Light. And again, not only is the trophy on the line, but there's also a physical item to take home. If you win, you get to take home a butterball turkey for P number 1. P2, you get to take home a chicken, and in 3rd place, you get a quail here this afternoon for the Halloween/drumstick dash event that we have here at WRP. So let's see it again. Again, that front row, Braden Johnson, AMAX entry on an Evo chassis, starting P1 next to AJ Ludd, privateer on Top Kart USA chassis. Then you get to row number 2 of Adam Maxwell, AMAX Racing, also on an Evo. Right, start next to him is Braden Heber, a privateer on an Eagle. Let's see it this time. Let's see if we can't go 3 times is the charm, as one of the officials holding up the acceleration cone. And let's see it now. Coming down to the stripe, this looks a little bit better, and it is. Green flag is out. Braden Johnson is going to take him on the inside now, and it looks like his teammate Adam Maxwell is going to slot him there for P2. Here comes AJ Ludd. He's now on the inside. He is going to sweep back in, try to split the 2 teammates, and he's still not cleared yet. They're going to go door to door over to turn number 3. Now Adam Maxwell is cleared. He's going to slot into the 2nd spot. Right behind AJ Ludd is Riley Baldwin. Braden Heber, followed by Jared Howerton behind him. Down they go into turn number 4, and they're still going to go single file. No one's getting too antsy just yet. 15 laps, decent amount of time here on this, a little bit shorter of a layout here at WRP, but they're going to put one lap into the books now. It is going to be 14 laps to go at the line. This is going to be a battle of attrition here heading into turn number 1. AJ Ludd, he thought about trying to break the chain and make a pass there for Adam Maxwell for P2. Decided better of it. Here comes Braden Heber. He's trying to size up AJ Ludd, force a mistake out of him, heading over into turn 2. Couldn't quite get it just yet. Jared Howerton in the 3rd spot is staying right behind Heber. Let's see if he can't try to do the same that Heber's trying to do to AJ Ludd. And what we'd say about pinching someone off on the inside, the goal of what that is when someone takes the defensive line on the inside, you want to get to the outside line and force them a little bit farther down. That way they have to bobble the momentum on the inside of the corner, and they can have a better run on exit. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, especially in the rain here this afternoon when all the grip is found on the outside line. However, due to the fact that the sprinkling has come to a stop and the winds have picked up, along with all the karts driving here, a dry line is slowly starting to form here. Not 100% dry just yet, but here in the next either 1 to 2 pre-final or feature events, we can easily see a dry line. And when that factor starts to come into play, then you get the opportunity of maybe trying to play with some strategy here of when to go to slick tires. I guarantee you most of the teams are taking a peek, not only because this is one of the biggest classes, but also to see what the track conditions are doing. If they have a teammate who is running in this one as well, they might be talking to him directly after the race to figure out if they want to go to slicks or stay on the wet tires. Lap number 2 in the books as we have 3 laps in the books with 12 laps to go. Top 2, the 2 teammates of Braden Johnson and Adam Maxwell, both on AMAX Racing, running 1 and 2. AJ Ludd on Top Kart USA running in the 3rd position. He's right there in that main pack. Then you get about a 2-kart separation before we get back to Riley Baldwin on a WPK MPG entry in P3 just behind him. Jared Howerton on an iCar entry in P number 5. And then Braden Heber, privateer, on an Eagle in the 6th position. So that is your top 6 all packed up here, making their way around. And again, they're going to have plenty of time for more racing as they're coming up now on 11 laps to go now this time by. Top 6 still nose to tail across the stripe. Let's see if someone makes a move here. The 2 out in front of Johnson and Maxwell, those 2 are probably not going to battle because their teammates are trying to get themselves as much separation as they can. However, due to the fact of it being a semi-damp track and a rain race, the opportunity to pull away, it's there, but it's not as strong as some might think. And now what you're looking at now, AJ Ludd is trying to see if he can't split the two of them. He knows that they're teammates. He knows that they can run away given the opportunity. However, he has got a lot of work to do as he's holding back. More guys from behind us. Oh, it looks like Howerton. He pulled off through the banking. I think he may be done. Not quite sure if he missed his braking point, if he dipped a wheel or what happened, but he is now actually going to try to rejoin, and he will rejoin in the 6th position. So he didn't lose a whole lot of time position-wise. However, he is very far down on the field from that front group. There's your top two, both taking the outside line of Johnson and Maxwell out of turn 1, now over into turn 2. Then you get the battle here for the 3rd position. AJ Ludd, Riley Baldwin, and Braden Heber all battling it pretty hard, I should say, from the start for a 3rd position. There goes Heber, gives a little bit of a hip check there to your 3rd or 4th placeman, Riley Baldwin. He gets moved out of the way. Now he's going to fall back 1 position as they go side by side there over to turn 4. Meanwhile, AJ Ludd in the 3rd position. He is desperately trying to see if he can't break up the front two. He's got no teammates out there. He's got no help, but the two out in front are the only teammates on track. He knows this, and he also knows that they're probably not going to battle here until the last 3 or 4 laps. What he really wants to do is just split momentum to keep them bunched up with that main pack and not allow them to run with it too hard as the leaders now make their way out of turn 1. And it looks like Riley Baldwin, Braden Heber, maybe it's starting to die down just a little bit. If that battle continues on with the two of them, they're going to easily see the top 3 slowly start to pull themselves away from the rest of the field as they now are just following in tow of the top 3. They are in the 3rd place on the right-hand side of your screen. AJ Ludd, white helmet, blue and white suit, is holding on to the toe there of the top 2, but he's trying to break it up as here comes Maxwell. Sends up on the inside. AJ Ludd follows. Could he get it here? Is he going to break him up? There is not going to happen just yet as Braden Johnson is going to hold on to the 2nd position. Not quite sure what happened to AJ Ludd, but he did dip a wheel, was facing the wrong way, losing all sorts of time, and just like that, the top 2 lose 1 competitor there in the front pack. However, here comes Riley Baldwin and Braden Heber. Those two have been going hard all race long, and they're probably going to carry this energy over now to this battle for the 2nd spot. They both want to split the top 2, and here comes Heber. He sends it up on the inside, almost into 2-for-1 special, was only able to get Riley Baldwin. Now he's trying it again for Johnson. This will be good news for your 4th placeman of Riley Baldwin because that's going to allow them to not work together. Here comes Johnson again. He gets the pass back. Baldwin tries to follow. Does he complete it? He does not. He falls back. However, Heber looks like he overstepped just a little bit, got a little bit loose, and is going to slot back now into the 4th position. So your leader now, Adam Maxwell, out in front. Braden Johnson is in P2. He's down by about 2 or 3 car lengths, and they get to another about 2.5, 3 car lengths before we get back to Riley Baldwin, who's 3rd placeman now. But then Braden Heber also in the mix as well in the 4th spot, down by about 2 car lengths. Looks like the toe is starting to come into effect now. Here comes Riley Baldwin for P3, and again, he's just trying to break up the top 2. He doesn't want them to run away from the field. However, Braden Johnson is playing perfect teammate right now. He's keeping that battle at bay from behind. He's not really blocking or defending. He's just making it difficult for the two to get around him, maintaining that 2nd position. He links back up with his teammate Adam Maxwell. Now those two have the opportunity to work together to push away from the field. That's all going to get determined by the two that's running behind them, though. Riley Baldwin and Braden Heber, they've been battling hard here this entire feature. If they continue this up, they might lose track of the top 2 again. They were able to close the gap back down. Now let's see Baldwin. He closed up. Is he close up to make a move? He gets a little wide there. I think he got a little bit of help from Braden Heber heading into the corner. Not quite sure if he carried too much momentum through it or what happened, but now we're seeing a 4-car battle for the lead again. Let's do a rundown outside of the top 4. You get back to Jared Howerton into P5, so he is able to recover just a little bit. His lap times, though, well, they're a little bit slower than your 3rd or 4th placeman who have that toe to him. Last time by, he won a 41.7. This time he won a 41.6, so he's equal with the front 4. However, what he really wants to see is a 4-car battle for the lead of exchanging positions every lap. If that does happen, he's only down by about 2 seconds. If it continues to heat up here inside the top 4, that gap could easily start to dwindle. Once he gets in the tow range of the top 4, then he could really start to close the gap. Behind him, to get back to AJ Ludd, Top Kart USA entry. He's down by about 3.5 seconds to Jared Howerton in 5th, and down by about 6 seconds to the leaders out in front. Here's your top 4 we're going to watch now for the last 4 laps as they make their way across the line. Again, 4 laps to go this time by. The leader still Adam Maxwell. Johnson still P2. Riley Baldwin in the third spot. He's up on the wheel trying to make himself as aerodynamic as possible. He's in the toe of the two out in front. Where he really closes the gap down is through turns 1 and then down the backstretch. He's going to roll the outside line. He's trying to force a mistake out of Johnson. He gets him pinched off down low. Is enough to bobble his momentum. He's got the line now heading into turn 3. Does he take it? Yes, he does. Heber thought about following there for third. Not going to happen. And now he has split the top two. But here comes Johnson. He's got a head of steam heading into turn 4. He's got the advantage. Is Riley going to roll the outside line? Yes, he is. He holds on to it. He's going to have to defend now. Here comes Johnson, shoots it back down on the inside, and just like that, they all get bobbled down because there went Baldwin. Braden Heber up into P2. Now Johnson falls back into third, and just like that, the top 4 are spaced out. The gap now between Maxwell and Heber is about 0.8 of a second. The gap between Heber and Heber and Baldwin, now Johnson, is roughly about 8/10, and then the gap between Baldwin and Johnson sitting at about 0.3. So the top 4, they're broken up. This is all split up now. Now it's a battle between Adam Maxwell and Braden Heber. Let's look at the gap between Howerton. Well, he closed it down, 2.9 to 1.4 between himself and Baldwin, so he is closing on the front group. However, there's 2 laps to go now. Something major would have to happen for him to have a chance at the podium. Double sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Heber pushing on the back bumper of Maxwell. Maxwell knows it. He's defending into 1. Is it going to be enough? Look for Heber trying the crossover move. He swings it wide. He's got the low run. Now he's going to try to pinch off Maxwell on the inside line. He does so. He's set him up now to have the pass. Now he's got the point heading over into turn number 3. Meanwhile, the gap between Johnson, Baldwin, and then now your second place on Maxwell is starting to close due to that pass. Now here comes Jared Howerton also in the field of view. They're coming up now on the white flag. It's not quite a 4-car battle for the lead. We can easily see it here, and through the inside hairpin they go up the hill for the second to last time. White flag in the air. Here comes Johnson for third. He's bringing along with him Baldwin. Down into turn number 1. Not a chance that Maxwell can make a move on Heber this corner. There is opportunities down the road. He's still continuing to close the gap back down, trying to recoup what he lost. Heber taking the normal racing line. He's trying to get as much as he can out of the track and the car right now. Still holding on to about a 2-car length advantage. And I don't think Maxwell's going to have as strong of a toe as he wants going down this backstretch now. He doesn't. Takes a peek back to see his teammate of Johnson there in P3, Baldwin there in P4. Through turn 4 they go for the final time. Inside the inner hairpin. Might see a pass there for second or third. There goes Baldwin for P2, but it's not going to be a chance to make a pass on this guy right here. Braden Heber takes the win this afternoon on the final WRP race of the 2023 season. Maxwell comes across in P2, Riley Baldwin P3, and it looked like Johnson pulled off, so that's going to be Howerton into P4. AJ Ludd rounds out your top 5. So that'll do it for your 206 Senior Light. Up next and about to go out is your 206 Juniors, which is going to push 206 Junior Sportsman up to grid, 206 Senior Heavy to pre-grid. KA Senior and Masters are now up on deck. We got more racing coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And up next, your Briggs 206 Junior coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. We're green down into turn number 1. Sam Tutwiler, Dane Van Dyke, and now Van Dyke is going to be up to P1. Tutwiler is trying to hold on to P2, and I don't even know if he's going to have a chance of doing that. Here comes Lane Gibbs for third. He tried it, but it wasn't enough to get it done. Now, for the first time this weekend, it is Van Dyke out in front, Tutwiler into P2. Tutwiler goes straight to the back bumper, trying to push him away from the field. Now he's trying to pass him, heading down into turn number 4. This is going to bunch him back up. Tutwiler back on point. Van Dyke, let's see if he tries for the crossover. He doesn't. He goes to the back bumper. Give him a little bit of a push now coming up the hill, and that's smart on him because he's trying to get some separation between that second pack, currently being led by the 0 of Christopher Utsi in P3. Christopher Utsi in third, Maddox Hooper running in the 4th spot, and then it is just a beehive of karts on back. Thomas Anthony, Landon Brewer, Gage Justinato, and Lucian Laser all up in the mix there for that third position. So as they make their way up the hill, it is Tutwiler out in front, Van Dyke trailing by about a car length and a half to 2 car lengths before he gets to that second pack. Lane Gibbs now up to third for the moment now, as it looked like Christopher Utsi had a look on the inside there heading into turn 1. He is now solidified in the 4th position. They get to that third pack there, being led by Maddox Hooper on the new Jan Haas chassis, running in the 5th position. Thomas Anthony behind him as well, as looks like Anthony is going to lose a spot to Landon Brewer. Landon Brewer is on the MPG Kart Republic, and Thomas Anthony on AMAX Racing, currently on an Evos chassis there, running in now the 7th position. They get to Gage Justinato, Lucian Laser, and Evan Patton rounding out the field. Top 2 now making their way across the line. Tutwiler P1, Van Dyke P2, and now it's going to come down to the battle of tenths of a second. Last time by, Sam Tutwiler your leader. Well, he won a 41.737, great aircraft. Van Dyke running in P2, he won a 41.812. So they're very similar lap times, about a tenth in between the two of them. And it looked like there that Van Dyke had an opportunity to try to dive bomb it into turn 1. He thought better of it. Now he's going to continue to follow in the tow of Tutwiler out in front. Meanwhile, that battle for third, well, it's starting to simmer down just a little bit. Christopher Utsi able to pull away from Lane Gibbs. Christopher Utsi currently down by only 0.8 of a second to the second placement of Van Dyke. So that second pack is slowly creeping up to the top 2. We could possibly see a 4-car battle for the lead here in the closing laps, but as of now, it's a 2x2. Here comes Van Dyke for the inside. Elbows up. Does he have it? He's going to go take him side by side. He's going to pinch Tutwiler to the inside line. Tutwiler's got the advantage for now, and he is going to hold off Van Dyke's attack. Now, Van Dyke tries it again. He goes a little wide. He's going to have a better run. He's on the back bumper. Does he try it into 4? This is where Tutwiler got him last time. Tutwiler gets a little bit of a push in the back there from Van Dyke, and he's getting some extra momentum out of it. But due to the side-by-side battling, look who is now in the field of view. Christopher Utsi and Lane Gibbs have now joined the party. 4-car battle for the lead coming up on 10 laps to go. It is going to be a 10-lap shootout here down into turn number 1. Let's see it. Does Van Dyke have it again? He goes to the back bumper. Does he try it late like he did last time? He does not. He works a little bit with Tutwiler heading into turn 1. Doesn't try to pinch him off over to turn 2, but here comes Utsi now. He's down by half a car length, and I don't think the top 2 know that he's there. He hasn't gotten close enough to give a push to Van Dyke. They haven't taken a look back. The 2 focus on each other, so he could pop out and dive bomb, and I think he's going to catch him off guard. Here he is, side by side. Does he have it? Yes, he does. New second placeman, Christopher Utsi, up into P2. He split the top 2, caught Van Dyke off guard. Now Van Dyke knows that there's another car in the mix. He took a peek back and saw the Lane Gibbs was right there as well. Gibbs likes what he's seeing. The top 3 are going back and forth, so he is now able to slowly work his way back up. Let's see, Utsi has another late dive bomb there for Van Dyke. He gets up next to him. Almost had an opportunity, but now Utsi sends it back over. Christopher Utsi door to door with Tutwiler. Does he have the position? He's going to pinch Tutwiler to the inside. 3 wide over into turn 3. Van Dyke now on point. Van Dyke's got it, but here comes Utsi with the head of steam. Sends it up on the inside. Here comes Tutwiler. He tries it late. Tutwiler slots over into P2. Now it is a 4-car battle for the lead. Here comes Lane Gibbs. He is now on the back bumper of your third placement of Van Dyke. Up the hill they go and across the stripes. Still 9, count that. 8 laps to go into turn number 1. Utsi out in front. Tutwiler takes a peek back, and just like that, Utsi opens up a little bit of a gap from the second, third, and fourth placement over to turn 3. Here comes Lane Gibbs. Thought about making a move on the inside of Van Dyke, just not enough to get it done there. Over now into turn 3. They've settled back down here, probably for another couple laps. They're going to have to save their tires, but something to keep in mind, as the track starts to dry, the wet patches go away, and you might deliberately see some of these kiddos try to drive through the wet parts of the track to cool their tires down. They're running hard back and forth on a track that's drying, which means their tires are going to get shredded here in the next couple laps if they don't keep them cool. Tutwiler takes a look back to see who's behind him. It's still Van Dyke, followed by Lane Gibbs, not too far behind them. Down into turn 1, Utsi thought about it. He did a very late brake and kicked the back end out. Had a chance to send it deep onto Utsi. Utsi pinched off the corner, and that's now going to allow Van Dyke to try to make a move into turn 3. He's thought about setting him up, gives a little bit of a push now to Tutwiler. Tutwiler's got to run. He's in the toe of Utsi, but it looks like Utsi just a little bit better on the longer parts of the track, or longer straightaways, I should say. He's going to hold position now coming into the inside hairpin. No one takes that inside line, and they're still single file. Up the hill they go and across the line. 6 laps to go as they're starting to wind down. You can see Van Dyke. He's got the clear visor, and he's got his head straight down, trying to make himself as aerodynamic as possible. He's determined to try to push either himself or Tutwiler up to slow down Utsi. Utsi has a head of steam by himself. Last time by, he went a 41.318. Second place for Tutwiler with a tow went a 41.351. So by himself and without a push or a tow, Utsi is faster than both Tutwiler, Van Dyke, and as well as Lane Gibbs. So they got to be very careful about how they're going to deal with Christopher Utsi. Yes, you want to try to improve your position as much as possible. However, if you're playing it strategically, you're going to try to just hold back the momentum of Christopher Utsi, because if they battle too hard for the second spot, Utsi is going to pull away from the field. Last time by, 5 laps to go. Next time by is 4, as here comes Van Dyke. He tried it again. He's working that inside line in turn 1. He's going to have to try something different. That's the 3rd time he's attempted it. He wasn't quite close enough to get it done there, and now here comes Tutwiler. He's deep in the toe, over through turn 3. Does he lose momentum on the back corner? He stays about even, but Utsi, I don't know if it's motor or gear, but he is pulling all of them down the backstretch and opens up about a half car length advantage. Now over through turn 4, heading into turn 5. Let's see if anyone tries the inside line. No, they all stay single file. Up the hill they go. 4 laps to go, this time by. Van Dyke has got his head firmly planted on the wheel, trying to make himself as aerodynamic as possible. Lane Gibbs in 4th. He's slowly reeling him up, and now here comes Van Dyke on Utsi, or not, sorry, on Tutwiler. He's got him now. He's up into P2. Tutwiler now, I think that one caught him off guard. He attempted that 2 times in a row, and it looked like that Tutwiler just braked a little bit earlier than previously, allowed him to open up the door, and now Van Dyke is up into 2nd. Now let's see what Tutwiler does. Does he want to work with Van Dyke, or is he going to try to get around him quick? If they battle too much here for 2nd, Utsi is going to start to pull away. He already has now. He's up by about a half a car length in the previous lap, but let's see if Van Dyke has got a little bit of a better gearing on the kart to keep up with your leader of Utsi. Down into turn 1, looking at 3 laps to go. Does Tutwiler try into 1? He thought about it, and here comes deep on the brakes on the inside line, Van Dyke. It wasn't close enough to make a move. I think he's experimenting with those lines. It's a lot earlier of a turn in than it was for Christopher Utsi. He loses a little bit of time from that, about half a kart length. He's down to a kart length disadvantage over into turn 3. Now let's see it. Does Utsi pull away from Van Dyke? Actually, they stay about the same. They both might be on the same gear. They do, however, pull away a little bit of a gap over Tutwiler and Gibbs through turn 4. Gibbs gets a little loose and slides it out through the turn 4, heading into 5 complex, through the inner hairpin, and up the hill they go. Double sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Utsi has still maintained a good advantage over the field on back, down by about a 0.6 of a gap, and it looked like Van Dyke was defending there heading into turn 1. That might have been a little premature. I mean, Tutwiler's right there. He's close to him. I think he's just trying to maintain P2 right now. Utsi, though, this is good news for him. If he keeps defending on back, Van Dyke that is, he's going to continue to open up this gap. Last time by, it was 0.6 of a second. He takes a peek back. He's got all sorts of space between himself and Van Dyke running in P number 2. There is one lapper out in front. I don't think he's going to catch him in time, so it should be clean and green all the way forward. White flag in the air. Utsi continues to pull away with a 2-kart battle for 2nd, this time across the line. Down into turn 1. Here comes Tutwiler. He tries it. and it looked like Van Dyke also defended the inside line. Here comes Lane Gibbs. This is going to open up the door for him. He tries it. He's pinching off Tutwiler to the inside. Not quite close enough to get a full crossover. He's down. 2 wheels in the grass. Tutwiler holds on to position, and now Lane Gibbs tries for another crossover out of turn 3. Down the backstretch, Van Dyke defends. Tutwiler thought about trying to set it up on the outside, but now they're going to pinch off Lane Gibbs, who is stuck on the outside line. This battle for second has now allowed Utsi to pull away. Checkered flag in the air, and it is going to be a win for Christopher Utsi on AMAX Evo, taking the win here this afternoon. Oh, and across the line for second. Van Dyke came across the P number 2. Lane Gibbs barely got to the line first over Tutwiler there for second. They touched wheels across the line. So let's do that rundown order. Christopher Utsi takes the win this afternoon. He's bringing home a turkey. Van Dyke comes across the P number 2. He's going to take home the chicken. And Lane Gibbs came across the line in third, and he will get the other bird here this afternoon for your feature event. So again, another reminder, once you have gone through tech and it's been the half-hour protest period is cleared, you can get your trophies at the bottom of the timing tower. And please feel free to take pictures on the podium and tag us here at WRP on both Instagram and Facebook. So that'll do it for your 206 juniors. Up next, your 206 junior sportsman, which means 206 senior heavy needs to be up on grid. KA senior and KA master to be up on pre-grid. Micros and minis should be up on deck. And here we go for your breaks. 206 Junior Sportsman. Danny O'Gara and Dominic Gaddis have been going back and forth for the lead most of the feature so far. They are 3 laps in, 12 laps to go. It's going to be 11 to go this time by. Dominic giving a huge push there to O'Gara coming out of turn 4, heading into the inner hairpin now. Let's do a quick field rundown here. We got Danny O'Gara out in front, Gaddis into P2, Dylan Thomas in the 3rd position, Titus Roberts P4, Casey Henderson P5, Austin Taylor is in the 6th spot. We have a cart that lost a wheel out of turn number 2, and that is going to throw the yellow flag out over into turn number 2, and I think and fear that that might be Lincoln Wiley in the 14, and he is not happy right now with the situation that he's put in. Very unfortunate to see. He believe was involved in an incident in the pre-finals where it ended with the bent axle, so not a good day at all for Lincoln Wiley here this afternoon. Let's switch back over to the battle for the lead out in front, because that second pack is slowly closing up to the 2 leaders. O'Gara and Gaddis have been going back and forth. Gaddis had to look to the inside before he saw the yellow flag, so he had to back off. He continues to stay on the back bumper of O'Gara. Meanwhile, the group being led by Dylan Thomas into P number 2. Dylan Thomas and then Titus Roberts, Casey Henderson in the second group. They've slowly started to close back up to the battle for the lead. Last time by, both O'Gara and Gaddis, went a 42-2. The Dylan Thomas's group were running 42-1, so about 1/10 better than the 2 out in front. Meanwhile, there was a pass for the lead. Dominic Gaddis was able to get around Danny O'Gara. O'Gara now, he is almost now the bridge in between the front and the second pack, as Gaddis is now opened up at a 2, almost a 3-car length advantage now. He's down by about 2 car lengths. He's got about a 2-car length advantage over Dylan Thomas. Last time by, Dylan Thomas went a 41-8. O'Gara went a 42-2. So O'Gara slowly starting to fall into the range of opening up a toe there for the second pack, although now it seems like he's kind of settled into where he to previously than where he was before. Gaddis continues to open up just a little bit of a gap. Last time by, Gaddis went a 41-5. O'Gara went a 42-2. So Gaddis running just a little bit quicker there than O'Gara in the second group, but now O'Gara slowly starting to fall into the path of Dylan Thomas. So Dylan Thomas now is going to have a tow heading down into turn 1. Let's see what he does here, although Dylan Thomas might be under fire, because here comes Casey Henderson. Henderson thought about trying to make a move there, or sorry, Titus Roberts thought about trying to make a move on Dylan Thomas, and now O'Gara has kind of opened up the floodgates for the second pack. Everyone's trying to see if they can't get a nose in, especially coming now over into turn 3. They all stay single file. This is good news for your leader out in front, opening up what seems to be a 1.2 second gap he has over the rest of the field. Here comes on the inside, Dylan Thomas up to P2. O'Gara tries to fight him back. He's going to pinch him off on the inside. Does O'Gara try for the crossover move? Well, he thought about it, almost got a nose into it. He's going to stay single file up the hill now. So new second placement of Dylan Thomas. O'Gara right behind. He's trying to give him a push, and I think O'Gara's cart might be overstuck. There's a dry line starting to form. I think O'Gara just might have too much grip and start to bind the cart up just a little bit. I think Dominic Gaddis out in front had a very free cart going into this, and as the track continues to dry, the drier line is going to allow for more grip through the corners he can take from a racing line, and that's really starting to work for him now. Meanwhile, second placement Dylan Thomas, he's opened up now a 3-car length advantage over O'Gara in third. Titus Roberts there running in P4 is now on the back bumper of O'Gara. O'Gara caught a lot back up there over into turn 4, now into turn 5, the inner hairpin, so he's down to less than half a car length onto the back bumper of Dylan Thomas. He's going to have the tow now coming down this back straightaway. He's getting all sorts of help from Titus Roberts. Roberts now sends it up on the inside, thought about it, he tries it here. O'Gara defends. O'Gara now actually up on the inside, side by side with Dylan Thomas for P2, and here comes Titus Roberts for third. He thought about trying to get a nose in there on O'Gara. O'Gara somehow tries to maintain. Now he sends up on the inside. Does he overstep? He takes the spot for now. Dylan Thomas goes to the back bumper, goes straight down to the inside line. Now here comes Titus Roberts. They're going to send it up over to turn 4 for third. Titus Roberts backs it back down, but he's right there. He's got the speed. Dylan Thomas back now behind O'Gara. O'Gara back up into P2. Gap now to Dominic Gaddis. Well, it's way up there. 2.7 last time. This time probably 2.5. Let's check it. 2.9, almost a 3-second advantage for Dominic Gaddis on the MPG car Republic out in front. So all he has to do is just wait the laps out. He's got 4.5 more laps to go, but this battle for second continues on. O'Gara holding off that second field. Thomas there right into P3, and now here comes Kason Hendrickson up for fourth. Henderson gets around Titus Roberts. Roberts falls back one position. Here comes Austin Taylor up from farther back in the field. I think he started somewhere back in the mid-pack. He is now up inside the top 6, trying to go for the top 5. So we got a 4-car train here for the second spot. Your leader, Dominic Gaddis, he is way out in front. He's checked out. It was 3 seconds last time. This time by probably closer to 3.5 or 4. Well, it's 3.2, so he's got all sorts of breathing space. Here comes Dylan Thomas on the inside of O'Gara. He's going to try to hold the inside line. O'Gara trying to pinch him the inside. Now here comes Kason Hendrickson. He gives a push to O'Gara. O'Gara takes a spot back. Now Kason Hendrickson tries to see if he can't get a nose in as well. Now here comes Dylan Thomas again. He's back around O'Gara. So this battling here for the second spot has allowed Dominic Gaddis to gap himself so far out from the field, so far gone that there's no point in working together in the second pack. And both Dylan Thomas and Danny O'Gara know this. They're going back and forth. Again, they exchange position. O'Gara now back up to leading that second pack. Gaddis in the third position. Kason Henderson right there as well. He's trying for the podium. He's up on the wheel. He's on the back bumper of Thomas. Thomas checks on the inside line, and it looks like Kason Henderson thought about trying to follow. O'Gara trying to hold him to the inside line. Now he's going to try to switch it back over. He goes to the inside. Here comes Titus Roberts on the inside of Kason Henderson. Henderson holds the inside line. O'Gara not too happy. I think he got hip checks there going into turn 3, and that allowed Kason Hendrickson to go up to the podium. Hendrickson now up to 3rd. Thomas up into P2. O'Gara back into 4th. Titus Roberts still in 5th. And Austin Taylor right there in the 6th position. We're coming up now. Double 6 in the air. 2 laps to go for Dominic Gaddis, this time across by. He's got a 3.7 second gap. He's good. Let's watch this battle for second. Here comes Kason Henderson trying for P2 into turn number 1. He had to run up the hill. He now tries into turn 1. Backs it back in the line. Now O'Gara is under fire from Titus Roberts for 5th. So Roberts trying to move up inside the top 5. Now Hendrickson tries to get on the inside of Thomas. Thomas holds the outside line, gets a good run on the exit, goes straight now to the point. So Titus Roberts up into P1. Kason Hendrickson P2. Hendrickson gets a good run, gives a little bit of a push there to Dylan Thomas. So he's now going to make up that extra momentum. Now he sits up on the inside, late onto turn 4. Now here comes Danny O'Gara around the outside line. He can't get it as well. Titus Roberts right there in P5. Austin Taylor in 6th. O'Gara not happy here. White flag is out one more time by. Here comes Thomas trying it on the inside again. He's gonna, Roberts. Oh, contact! O'Gara got into Dylan Thomas. That spun him around. That took Titus Roberts out of the picture as well. So now it is going to be Kason Henderson up into P2. P3 is now Dylan Thomas up into 4th. Goes, if I'm not mistaken, there should be Austin Taylor. P5 to Titus Roberts, and P6 to Danny O'Gara. Now, up the hill for the final time, Dominic Gaddis had a picture-perfect race from lap 3 on. He is going to take the double checkered flag and the win here this afternoon for Dominic Gaddis. Kason Henderson comes back in P2. Dylan Thomas in the 3rd spot. So checkered flag is out there for 206 Junior Sportsman. Again, Dominic Gaddis is going to take home a big turkey. Kason Henderson is going to bring home just a little bit smaller of a turkey, and Dylan Thomas will get a chicken here this afternoon. Once again, once the race has concluded, you've passed tech, and the 30-minute window for penalties has passed. You can get your prizes here at the bottom of the timing tower. And feel free to take pictures on the podium and tag us at WRP, both on Instagram and Facebook. That'll do it for your 206 Junior Sportsman. Up next is your 206 Senior Heavies. So KA Senior and KA Master need to be up on grid. Micros and Minis up on pre-grid. 206 Masters up on deck.
Did Tyler get bugged? Oh, bad. I heard you talk about it. When I took over it, I thought Tyler was going to leave. No, it was like,
flag is out for 206 Senior Heavy. It is Brandon Hanville out in front over Matt Geist in P2. McCorkadale running now in P3. Tom Harleman up into 4th, and Adam Dietz had an incident there over into turn 1. He finds himself way down the order, back in P number 5. They make their way through the inner hairpin for the first time and up the hill through the final 2 corners to get one more lap in the books. It is now going to be 14 more laps to go heading down into turn number 1. Hanville taking the way outside line. You can see from that camera shot that there are 2 dry lines starting to form, one on the outside and one on the inside. So we might see here shortly when the time for the KAs come out, people swapping over to the drier tires. It looks like there's almost a dry line all the way around. I can see a couple of crew chiefs and family members and drivers up on the fence right now taking a peek at the track and trying to figure out if now's the time to go to the slick tire or not. So we might see a little bit of strategy. Looking down now, I don't think there's anyone on slicks. Top 4 now are out on the wet tires. Anvil continues to lead over Matt Geist into P2. McCorkadale up into 3rd. Here comes Harleman. He's closing up onto McCorkadale now for the 3rd position to get on the last podium spot. And again, to clarify here, if you win, you get a big turkey. If you finish in 2nd, you get just a slightly smaller turkey. And if you finish in 3rd, you get to bring home a chicken this afternoon. So more of the reason why you want to finish on the podium here this afternoon, maybe a free meal for the next couple of days, especially if you win, you can get that massive turkey here this afternoon. As we continue to watch now, Hanville out in front, Geist into P2, McCorkadale into 3rd, and Harleman in 4th. They're slowly starting to close back up now, looking at 12 laps to go this time by. Harleman now is right on the back bumper, McCorkadale for 3rd. Let's see if we can't get him in the field of view as they head their way into turn number 1. And it looks like Harleman tries on the inside. He gets to the corner panel, not quite close enough to get around, and he is going to slot back in to that 4th position. So the top 4 now continue to run out in front. It's a 2-pack out in front of Hanville over Matt Geist, and then McCorkadale, who's under fire from Tom Harleman, in the 4th position. Harleman pushing on McCorkadale heading down into turn 4. They close up just a little bit towards the top 2. Now here comes Geist. He takes the spot back from Hanville on the inside. Now he's going to have to go on the defensive and hold off Hanville now running into P2. And just like that, we got 4 carts bunched back up. Harleman tried to make a move on the inside there of McCorkadale coming out of the final corner down the main straightaway down into turn 1. No one takes the inside line. They all go true to the normal racing line. Now coming over into turn 2. Hanville thought about trying to get a nose in on the inside there of Matt Geist. Thought better of it. Now they're going to go single file coming down into turn number 3. There's that dry line we're talking about. It's starting to form there on the outside. It's clear all the way through. I think there's only 1 or 2 parts that are just a little bit damp, and I think it's over into turn 4. The dry line's starting to form there. It's just a little damp there right in the middle, and then down the start-finish straight. It's kind of broken of where the dry line is, but it's definitely starting to form, and especially quicker and quicker, especially now with this race going on. And I think more of those guys from KA, they are indeed starting to look at the track to figure out they should go to the slick tires or not. Meanwhile, let's look at the race right now. It's Geist out in front, Hanville into P2, McCorkadale into 3rd, Harleman in 4th. He's pushing on the back bumper, Harleman that is, onto Evan McCorkadale, trying to keep him up with the top 2, keep him in that draft as they make their way out of turn 3, and then that gap just starts to form again. Last time by, Brandon Hanville had about a half a second over McCorkadale for 3rd, but if Hanville gets his nose in, can pass back on Geist 1, maybe 2 more times, we could then see a 4-car battle for the lead coming up now on 9 laps to go this time by. Down into turn 1, McCorkadale takes a peek back as Harleman's been pushing hard on his back bumper almost the entire race, trying to keep him up there in the draft of the top 2, but McCorkadale just has his hands full. He bobbles the momentum a little bit over into turn 1. Harleman's right there to push him to keep it back up over into turn number 2. And now as they make their way over to turn 3, here comes Harleman. He's trying to force McCorkadale to the inside line on the exit of the backstretch. Is he able to hold on to it? It almost looked like he went door to door. Now he's trying again up the inside. McCorkadale sends it way deep into the corner to try to hold off the fire from Harleman. Now Harleman, does he have enough to cross him over up the hill? He's on the back bumper. He's on the toe. He's trying to do the crossover. Out of the final corner they go. He's on the toe now. Does he pop out into turn 1? He's got the opportunity for it. This battle here for the 2nd or 3rd position has allowed that gap to form. Here comes Harleman on the inside. Does he take the point? Yes, he does, but can he hold on to it? He's now stuck to the inside line. McCorkadale is going to have to go behind. Now McCorkadale falls back into P3. He's going to try to push on the back bumper of Harleman. Meanwhile, the gap to the top 2 are starting to open up now. So there's Geist, there's Hanville. 1 and 2. Harleman able to get around McCorkadale, and he is starting to open up just a little bit of a gap here over the rest of the field. So as we continue to sit and watch here, let's look at the times now. Matt Geist out in front, he went a 41.4. Hanville in second went a 41.5. Harleman in the third position went a 41.3. So he is quicker than the top two, and that is without a push from behind. Granted, he does have a little bit of a toe from the two out in front. However, Hanville has been pushing on the back bumper of Geist. Let's see at this time by if it was a fluke or if it's for real. 41.6 for Matt Geist. 41.5 for Hanville. Harleman, 41.3. He is 0.2 of a lap faster than the two out in front of both Geist and Hanville as the track's starting to dry out. And I think the drier the track gets, the faster that Harleman is going. He is on the on the wet tires, but I think he may just have a little bit less of a grippier setup than the two out in front. Now the leaders have got a lapper out in front of Adam Dietz. I think Dietz, he's maybe been having an incident almost all race long. He finds himself now a lap down to the leaders, making his way up the hill. But the top three are now bunched up, nose to tail across the line, heading into turn number 1. Let's see it down into turn 1. Here comes a move on the inside. That's from Hanville. Harleman gave a little bit of support heading into turn 1. So now they're door to door out of turn 1 heading into turn 2. Almost 3 wide. Here comes a possible crossover move from your third placement of Harleman. He's got to push on the outside. Now he's trying to force him on the inside line going over out of turn 2. Harleman loses just a little bit of speed. I think he tried to force Hanville on the inside line there as they make their way over into turn number 4 now. Geist out in front. Hanville P2. Harleman P3. Through the inner hairpin they go. Now they're coming up the hill to see 4 laps to go this time by. Harleman in the toe of the top 2. He's driven away from the second pack. And now here comes on the inside line. Hanville tries it. Harleman follows. He gives him a little bit of a push now coming into turn 1. Now Hanville up 1 more position. Harleman right on the back bumper of your now second placement of Matt Geist. Matt Geist is trying to wheel it for all it's worth to hold on to it as they make their way now over to turn 3. Now Hanville held the inside line. Here comes Geist. He thought about trying to make a move up the inside coming to turn 4. Harleman right there in the third position through turn 4, coming up in the inner hairpin. This time by, we're looking at 3 laps to go here for your 206 Senior Heavy. Up the hill, now across the stripe, 3 laps to go. Hanville out in front. Here comes Harleman for second. He's down the inside, gets pinched off by Geist, goes straight to the back bumper, gives a little bit of a push now, coming up over into turn 1. Now the top 3 equal spacing all the way through, roughly about a half a car length coming over into turn 2. Geist is trying to recoup and see if he can't make a move back onto your leader of Hanville. Hanville is holding off the 2 carts from behind out of turn 3 and going down the backstretch into turn 4. Hanville just in front of Geist. Geist getting a huge push from Harleman heading down into turn number 4 through 4. Now coming up in the inner hairpin. Hanville's got the point. Does Geist try it now? He does not. He's going to maintain his position as they make their way up the hill. Harleman gets a huge run out of the back corner. Now goes straight to the back bumper of Geist coming down into turn number 1. 2 laps to go shown that time by. Harleman tried to roll the outside line, just not close enough. Continues to fall on the back bumper now. Out of turn number 1, coming up over to turn 2. Harleman trying to pinch Geist on the inside line. Does he set him up for a crossover? He's right there. He's got enough to hold him down the inside. He's trying it. Hips check there from Geist onto Harleman. He goes to the outside line. Harleman now follows back by about 2 kart lengths. He's in the toe of Matt Geist coming on to the white flag lap this time by. Hanville still out in front. Geist still in P2. Harleman, he's quick. He's been quick all race long, but he's just, does he have enough time? Up the hill, straight to the back bumper goes Harleman onto Geist. White flag in the air. Hanville's got enough. Does he defend here? Here comes Harleman. Great run into turn 1. Does he take it? He backs it off just a little bit. Slows that inside line. They're all going to go to about the middle parts of the track going over into turn 2. And now here comes Geist with the head of steam. He's reeling in on Hanville. Hanville tries to force Matt Geist wide into the entrance of turn 3. It's actually not going to pan out to his favor now because now Geist has got to run. Hanville is also under, or Hallerman also has a run. Coming over into turn 4. Hanville dips a wheel, he goes wide, defends the inside line. Look for a crossover move here from Geist across the line. Up the hill, get out your cameras, photo finish time, side by side for the lead. Down across the stripe, Hanville gets him at the line. Hanville able to take the win. Matt Geist finishing in P2, and Harleman making it a 3-wide finish at the line, comes across to finish in P3. Adam Dietz comes across in the 4th spot. Nevin McCorkadale registered in P number 5. So that'll do it for your 206 Senior Heavy. Up next is your KA Senior and KA Master coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And here we go. We're about to get underway for KA100 Senior. If you guys want to update about who's on wets and who's on slicks, your pole sitter, Vaughn Beasley, has opted for the wets. For the slicks. AJ Ludd is on the wets. Your third placement of Carson Steins is on the slicks. So the inside line, top two, are on the dry tires. Outside row is on the wet. Green flag is out into turn number 1. Let's see if strategy plays out. Outside jump there for AJ Ludd, and look at the gap he has over the field. Struggling for grip now is Vaughn Beasley and Charlie Steins. They are both sliding all over the track, trying to get as much heat into the tires as they can, and they're quickly finding themselves way back in the field. The rest of the field has pulled away out in front, and I think the only part of the track that's wet right now is into turn 2. There's a dry line everywhere except for turn 2. Vaughn Beasley goes wide into the entrance of turn 4. One turned around, and it is AJ Ludd. Spun it on the inside line to the inner hairpin, and he is now going to go to the back of the field. Meanwhile, who started in third place, now farther back in the field, Charlie Steins, coming up over the final corner, had steam rolling off the tire through the final corner, and I think he's just not getting enough heat in the tires. The only place he's struggling is over to turn 2. He's stalling at the wheel through there. Everywhere else, he is extremely fast. Now, let's see how long it is until he can maybe recoup some of the time that he's lost if the track starts to switch in preference from the from the wets to the slicks. Let's take a peek at the battle for the lead now. Bane Bennett, the second, out in front. Daniel Piercy into P2. Third placement now is Matt Dean. Fourth spot goes to Brent Rudder. P5 of Carson Sater. P6 of Casey Perry. P7 of Braden Heber. P8 of Charlie Steins. And P9 of AJ Ludd. Your top two going back and forth over into turn 3 now. Here comes Daniel Piercy trying to work that inside line. He's right behind and in the toe of Bane Bennett the second, not too far back. About 3/10 last time by was Matt Dean. So your top two, nose to tail, Bane Bennett the second, privateer on a Tony kart. Daniel Piercy on a fast car. He's running in the Jim Howard Motorsports division into P2. P3, Matt Dean on a Top Kart USA entry. 3 different chassis, 3 different situations, all trying to go for the win to bring home that big old turkey here this afternoon. Out in front, Bane Bennett is holding off Daniel Piercy. Piercy sits up on the inside. He gets sideways. They're both loose out of turn 2. And it looks like Bane Bennett held on just a little bit longer than Daniel Piercy did. Piercy now has got to run on the inside going down into turn 2. Does he back off or does he go for it? He's late on the brakes. Now here comes Matt Dean. He tried to box in Daniel Piercy the inside line. Piercy had his elbows up, forced his way back into spot. Now he's going to have to yield it and go back into P3. New second placement of Matt Dean at the top of the hill. Now across the start-finish straight, heading down into turn 1. It is now Daniel Piercy had a look to the inside there of Matt Dean. Bane Bennett continues to hold off. Let's look back at the times now. Charlie Steins, who went out on wets, he is still at a 38.44. Your leader was at a 38.5. So the preference is starting to change in the track, and now both Von Beasley and Charlie Steins are running equal, if not better times than the leaders at last time by. So if this continues on and the track continues to dry, we might see a chance for both Charlie Steins and Van Beasley to work their way up the field and make up some more positions. We're going to watch the leaders now as there with Daniel Piercy on the inside trying to get back around your second placement of Matt Dean. Over into turn 2 now. Piercy sideways all the way through turn 2 trying to get around Matt Dean. And here comes your fourth placement. That was Carson Sater on the GP kart trying to roll the outside line. He saw his opportunity. He took the chance and it didn't pay off. He settles into P4. Now Bane Bennett the second has to yield the lead. That's going to go to Matt Dean out in front. Matt Dean holding on to point. Here comes Daniel Piercy along with Carson Sater. They were almost 3 wide on the entry of the inner hairpin. They're going to settle back down for third and fourth. Now they make their way down to turn number 1. Matt Dean out in front, still running quicker and quicker times. He's sitting currently at a 37.6. Bane Bennett the second, his last time by. Granted, he's battling it out with Daniel Piercy. He's at 38.5. So Matt Dean is quicker than the 2 behind him in traffic. However, now that the track is really starting to dry off, I don't see any standing water on the surface so far, and the standing water is crucial to keep your tires cooled down. If you don't put them deliberately in patches of water or wet parts of the track, they will overheat, especially if you only drive on the dry line. They're going to get chewed through like no other and quickly start to wear out. Matt Dean out in front has a 7/10 lead over Bane Bennett the second at P2. Daniel Piercy in third. He was able to hold off Carson Sater for now. Sater trying to close back up to the battle for the second position. And now I think if Daniel Piercy, if he's going to play the long game here, he's going to just wait for Bane Bennett to keep trying to close the gap down to Matt Dean. Last time by, Matt Dean won a 37.77. Bane Bennett the second, won a 37.836. So he's faster, but barely over the rest of the field here. We're coming up now on 7 laps to go, and there's a rolled black flag and a warning, and I think that might be to Daniel Piercy. Carson Sauter had a rolled black flag there across the stripe. Couldn't quite see what happened there, but he has now got the attention of the race stewards, and they're going to keep a close eye on him so he can't make any mistakes going on forward now. Here comes the battle for second. Daniel Piercy trying to pinch Bane Bennett the second to the inside line. Crossover move on the exit of 3, heading down the stretch into 4. Who's going to have it? Who's going to break later? It should go to Daniel Piercy. It does. Look for the crossover move from Bane Bennett the second. There is none, but now Carson Sauter tries up the inside. New third placement of Carson Sauter. Bang Bennett the second falls off just a little bit. It is halfway this time by. Dean still out in front. New second placement to Piercy. And here comes Carson Sauter for third. Goes down. I think he's trying to cool the tires off the racing line. And he continues to run behind Daniel Piercy. Let's have a peek back of the two that ran on the slick tires. Charlie Steins, last time by, won a 38.2. And actually now, here comes Carson Sauter there on your screen. Passes back. He goes up into P2. Daniel Piercy trying to roll the outside line and set him up for a crossover. He pinches him down, just not enough to get fully around him. He's going to follow in the toe of your second placement now of Carson Sauter. Going back now, looking at the times. Charlie Steins, last time by, won a 38.2. Vaughn Beasley won a 38.5, so they're just not quite quick enough. Your leader won a 37.7, and Carson Sauter won a 37.3. So they're slowly starting to pick up speed. The last time by, well, they ran a 37.5 for Charlie Steins, 37.7 for your leader, Matt Dean. So the dry tire is now starting to come into fruition. I think it may be a matter of the tire starting to heat up and burning off the extra moisture that's on track, and that dry line is getting thicker over into turn 2. So they're about even now between the dry and slick tires. However, with 4 laps to go now, it's not going to be enough time for Vaughn Beasley and Charlie Steins to make their way up through the field. Look for 2 laps to go next time by. Carson Sauter had looked down at his car, made a slight adjustment to it. He's running in the second spot. Your third placement of Daniel Piercy. He's not having to hold off too much from Bang Bennett the second. He's there, but just not close enough to make any dive bomb moves, so they can all afford to take the normal racing line. Your leader, Matt Dean, last time by, won a 37.6. Your second place for Carson Sauter, 37.4. He's closing up by 0.2 a lap. He's down by about 0.7 with 3 laps to go. If my math doesn't fail me, if this continues on the same trajectory, he should be about 1/10 down when the checkered flag falls. Let's look at it now. Matt Dean went a little quicker. 37.6 for Matt Dean. 37.7 for Carson Sauter. Daniel Piercy, 37.4. He was 0.2 better than your leader and 0.3 better than your second placement. So this could be a battle for the second spot. Matt Dean leads him down the backstretch. Daniel Piercy in third, closing in onto the back bumper of Carson Sauter. Sauter on the new gen entry on a GP kart chassis. The return to GP has found its way here to Whiteland Raceway Park. Your leader, Matt Dean, Top Kart USA entry. This is Top Kart's home track. They've claimed it here from the start along with multiple other teams, and they have developed that KA program for the past couple of years. We can see it starting to pay off now. Daniel Piercy in P3. He's on the Jim Howe Motorsports on a fast car, running at P number 3, and Bang Bennett the second. Someone's been running a long time here at WRP. Privateer on a Top Kart USA, Tony Kart OTK entry. Top 4 now, all spaced out equally, heading down towards turn number 4. Matt Dean has about a half a second advantage. Carson Sauter, half a second gap between him and Daniel Piercy, and it looks like the times are all starting to come to about even. Across the stripe now to receive the white flag. Matt Dean is leading Carson Sauter. Sauter is going to have to pull something huge out of the top hat if he wants a chance to have an opportunity to make a pass on Matt Dean. He's too far back now, so I think all Matt Dean has to do is just wait the clock out to see that checker flag the next time by. Behind him, Daniel Piercy last time by went almost dead even with Carson Sauter, the 37.5s for the two of them. They're both about 0.2 quicker than Matt Dean out in front. However, Matt Dean just has the gap in the real estate to be able to bring it on home here. Matt Dean out of turn 4 for the final time, coming up on the inside hairpin. Here comes Carson Sauter, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Up the hill for the final time to receive the checkered flag. Matt Dean takes the win this afternoon. Carson Sauter brings it home in P2. Daniel Piercy rounds out the podium in P3. Bang Bennett the second, finishing in P4. And AJ Ludd rounding out your top 5. For reference, the two that went out on the slick tires are both Charlie Steins and Vaughn Beasley. Vaughn Beasley actually pulled it a little bit early, but Charlie Steins last time by won a 37.4, so he was 1/10 better than the 3 out in front for reference. And I think up next, when we have our micros and our minis, this one will be interesting to see what tire preference they go out on. And that's coming to you live here on the WRP Racing Network. flag is out here for your micros and your minis as they make their way around for their 15-lap feature event. Leading the way for your minis across the line this time by goes to Titus Roberts out in front. Grayson Walcott comes across the P number 2. Bentley McCain in the 3rd position as they make their way through turns number 1. Looks like they're starting to get themselves spread out there on the exit of turn 1. The second group currently being led by Dominic Gaddis out in front here, running on the MPG Kart Republic out in P1. Here comes, though, that is, if I'm not mistaken, that should be Casey Hendrickson in P number 2. Close on the back bumper. Now he tries to send it up on the inside. Casey Hendrickson, new leader this afternoon here out in front for your micros. Behind them goes to Daniel Garrett and P number 3 for the micros. For your minis, though, they make their way across the line again. 2 races here at the same time. Your minis are out in front over the micros. It's pretty easy to follow here on the start, but as soon as they start to intertwine, whether it be the micros catching up with the minis or the micros lapping some of the minis, that's when it gets a bit confusing, especially for us up here in the booth and timing and scoring and announcing. But right now, for your micros, it is Casey Hendrickson out in front over Dominic Gaddis in P number 2, Danny O'Gara in the 3rd spot. Then now across comes your minis. Titus Roberts and company makes their way through. So there's a lot of racing here. It can get very confusing to follow. We're going to try to do our best to get the left-hand side of your screen from Titus Roberts all the way down to Dalton Sears. So 1 through 5, that is the battle. Left-hand side of your screen for the minis. For your micros, that is currently being led by Casey Hendrickson, which is shown on your screen as P6. Down to 13th of P8 of Lincoln Wiley. So we're going to continue to watch this and give you guys updates as they come. A bit of a rundown now for how the events are going to go. Many of the micros are on track now, so 206 Masters need to be up on grid. KA Junior needs to be up on pre-grid. 206 Supermaster with 4-cycle novice, you are up on deck. This is a reminder again. Please make sure if you have a rental transponder and you are done racing for the day, you return that back to the front lobby. Again, if you have a rental transponder and your racing has concluded for the day, please return that back to the main lobby. If you do finish on the podium here this afternoon and you have passed tech and the 30-minute period for protests have closed, you can get your trophy this afternoon. Again, if you win, you get a giant turkey. If you get P2, you get a little bit smaller of a turkey. If you get 3rd, you get a chicken. If you get those, you can find that at the bottom of the timing tower. And we encourage everyone to please take photos here on the podium with your prizes with the people who finish 1, 2, and 3. And if you'd like to share it on Instagram and Facebook, do us a huge favor and tag us at WRP Raceway. It'll do us a huge favor here promoting ourselves, especially going farther into the 2024 season. Testing. laps to go. Almost about to be down to the white flag here for the two different classes. Out in front, your minis, it's being led by Titus Roberts, followed by Grayson Walcott in the second position. And now it looks like Titus Roberts had a significant lead over Grayson right now. Grayson making their way through the final couple of corners for P number 2. Bentley McCain running in the third spot for your minis. For your micros, out in front, it's still Casey Henderson, but he has been under fire all race long from Dominic Gaddis in the second position. White flag being shown to the rest of the field, and should be one or two more across the line before we see the checkered flag. White flag out now for the two leading in the minis across the line. Again, that is Casey Hendrickson and Dominic Gaddis running 1 and 2. Now coming across the line, you see the checkered flag. Titus Roberts is going to take the win here this afternoon for your minis. Grayson Walcott now coming up the hill for the final time to see the checkered flag to finish at P number 2, will be taking home that slightly smaller turkey here this afternoon. And Bentley McCain coming across the line to take home the chicken, finishing in P number 3. Now, we still have a race out on track. It's between Casey Henderson and Dominic Gaddis. Dominic Gaddis, he tried it once. Is he going to try it now, the inner hairpin? No, it's still going to be Casey Henderson out in front. So Casey Henderson is going to hold on to, take the win, and bring home a big old turkey for the family here this afternoon. Coming across to P number 2 goes to Dominic Gaddis. So that will do it for the micros and the minis. Up next is 206 Masters. You need to be on grid. You're about to go out on track. Once they do, KA Junior, you are now going to be up on grid. 206 Supermasters with 4-cycle novice will be up on pre-grid. 206 Senior Medium is up on deck. Again, another reminder, once you have done concluding your racing for this afternoon and you have a rental transponder, please make sure you turn that to the front lobby. And again, if you finish on the podium, you can pick up your prizes here at the bottom of the timing tower, and we encourage everyone to take some photos on top of the podium. And here we go for your 206 Masters. Matt Geist and Adam Dietz are going to bring him down to the line here to take the green. 5 carts deep is this field as they make their way down to the stripe. Green flag is out into turn number 1. It is Matt Geist rolling the inside line. Adam Dietz trying to slot it for P2, but he's got the run on the outside. Trying to see if he can't take the point in turn number 2, and he does. That is Adam Dietz up on point into P number 1. P2 now goes to Matt Geist over through the turn 3 complex, heading down the backstretch, heading towards that short straight to turn number 4. And here comes a battle for the 3rd spot. It looked like Derek Hastings had a look on the inside there of Troy Toney, just not enough to get it done, so he's going to continue to sit and follow, making the way through the inner hairpin up the hill for the first time. 1 lap complete, 14 more to go this time by. Down into turn number 1, Adam Dietz leads the way. He has slowly started to open up a gap between himself and Matt Geist. Last time by, Geist was about half a second down, 0.552. Matt Geist has got a decent lead, not a large one, about 0.3 of a second lead over Troy Toney. Troy Toney is being pursued right now by Derek Hastings in the 4th position. Hastings giving a little bit of a push there, trying to see if they can't close back up to Matt Geist running in the 2nd position. Up the hill they go into the inner hairpin before they make their climb up the hill for the final 2 corners to come across the line now. It is going to be 13 laps to go. 2 have been completed out of 15. Into turn number 1. Look at the size of the gap. Adam Dietz, 1.2 second advantage from himself to Matt Geis there in the second position. Troy Toney, though, slowly catching up to your second place. He's getting a little bit of help there from Derek Hastings. Hastings is in the toe of Troy Toney, gives a little bit of a push when it's needed. But I'm wondering how much of that gap closure is due to the fact that Derek Hastings is in the toe, giving him a push, probably a decent amount. But the question is, will Derek Hastings try to make his move and get around Troy Toney? And if he does Toney battle back? And if that happens, then that could form a gap here to your second placeman. There goes Hastings on the inside, takes the pass. He is now going to pull Troy Toney up the hill. Toney goes side by side. He's going to battle back with him. And just like that, the gap between himself, Troy Toney, and Matt Geis is slowly starting to open up. So Adam Dietz now has a 1.8 second advantage over Matt Geis in P2. Matt Geis has a 1.2 second advantage over Troy Toney, and Troy Toney has got a rear view mirror full of Derek Hastings running in the fourth position. Again, they're battling it out to see who's going to bring home the chicken here this afternoon for the third spot on the podium. So we got the top three all spaced out with Derek Hastings trying to see if he can't make a move there on Troy Toney. And they're coming up now on 11 laps to go. Let's do our quick housekeeping items before we send this one on underway. 206 Masters is now out on track, which means KA Junior. KA Junior is going to be on grid, set, ready to go. Once they go out, when this one is concluded, that'll push 206 Super Masters and 4-cycle novice up to grid. 206 Senior Medium. 206 Senior Medium would then be up on pre-grid, and 206 Masters Heavy will be the final heat race of the day, and they'll be up on grid. Again, once you have done concluding racing for the day, please make sure you return your rental transponder if you have one, especially seeing that this is the last race of the club season. We need those back for the off season so we can keep them accounted for and make any adjustments that we might need. So if you have a rental transponder and you're done racing for the day, do us a huge favor and return that to the front lobby before you leave here this afternoon. Again, this is, unfortunately for us, the last club race here of the 2023 season. We wish we could do more racing, but unfortunately, Mother Nature just won't allow it here this afternoon. However, if you would like to attend, there is the WRP banquet. You can find the details about that on Instagram and Facebook. So we still have one more semi-event. It's not a racetrack, but it is a nice way to send off the year before we get going next year with 2024. And also another reminder as well, if you finish on the podium and you have cleared tech and the 30-minute window for protest has come to a close, you can get your prizes at the bottom of the timing tower. If you see Zoe O'Gara down there, she can get you guys set up with your prizes. And we also encourage you guys to make sure you take photos on top of the podium, and do us a huge favor if you do post them on Instagram and Facebook, go ahead and tag us at RaceWRP on both Instagram and Facebook, and we will do whatever we can to make sure that more people can get eyes on us, as well as you guys, because we love supporting you guys as much as you love supporting us. 9 more laps to go here for your 206 Masters. We're going to sit back and watch as this one's gotten very much spaced out here in the top 5. If there's any updates to bring them to you guys, we're just going to sit back and watch these 206 Masters finish out their their feature event. White flag has been shown here for Adam Dietz, leading out in front. Currently holds a 5.6 second gap between himself and Matt Geist running in P number 2. Then it's a 6 second back before we get to Troy Tony. They're all spaced out, but checkered flag is out for Adam Dietz, taking the win this afternoon, and he will bring home a big old turkey for the family in P number 2. That goes to Matt Geist. He'll bring home just a slightly smaller turkey to bring home and have for dinner here, hopefully here soon. Coming across the line for P number 3, getting the chicken this afternoon will be Troy Tony here for WRP at the Briggs 206 event. Up next is your KA Juniors. They're going to hit the track next. When they go out, that is going to push 206 Supermasters with 4-cycle novice up to grid, 206 Senior Medium up to pre-grid, 206 Masters Heavy will be up on deck. This is coming to you live from the WRP Racing Network. And here we go with your KA100 Juniors. Green flag is out your front row of Landon Brewer and Jackson Deal taking him down into turn number 1. And it's going to be Landon Brewer out in front. Jackson Deal trying to slot into P2. Here comes Christopher Utsi to the inside, trying to hold the second spot. He's going to have to sit back and yield into P number 3. Just behind him, Dane Van Dyke currently running back into P number 5. He is now under attack from Mason Gallion, or sorry, I believe that's Ryan Mort. It is. Ryan Mort is now up into P5, so he's going to inherit the 5th spot here this afternoon. Mason Gallion is actually currently trailing that second pack right behind Dane Van Dyke. Now they're across the line, heading down into turn number 1. No one's going to take the inside line. Maybe a little bit of a pass there. Mason Gallion gets around Van Dyke there. That is back in the 7th and 8th position. And Van Dyke is actually going to now have to yield into the 8th spot. He's going to try to force him to the inside line. And he's going to now lose another spot. So Van Dyke falls back into P8. And that is going to push, if I'm not mistaken, that should be Charlie Myers up into the 8th position. Up the hill they go for the first time and across the line. It is now going to be 14 laps to go. Landon Brewer leads the way over Jackson Deal. Jackson Deal has got his hands full of Christopher Utsi right behind him in the 3rd spot. Maddox Hooper not too far behind as well on that new Gen Haas chassis running in P number 4, making their way into turn number 2. Now there goes the top 4 nose to tail. Christopher Utsi swings a little wide, trying to hold off Maddox Hooper there for the 4th spot. Currently out in front, Landon Brewer has about a car length to 2 car lengths advantage over Jackson Deal in 2nd. Jackson Deal is Christopher Utsi right there on his back bumper, trying to see if he can't force a mistake. And oh, Maddox Hooper dipped a wheel. He saves it, but is going to lose 1 position. So count Ryan Mort on the MPG Kart Republic up into P number 4. And now Maddox Hooper also back in that mix now. Behind him is Mason Gallion on the Top Kart USA entry. He is running back now in the 6th position. So out in front, here's a pass for second. There goes Christopher Utsi up into P number 2. Count Jackson Deal back into 3rd. Utsi had a good run in the 206 Juniors. Now he's trying to see if he can't translate that over the 100cc. Last time by, Christopher Utsi won a 37.55. Landon Burr, your leader, won a 37.162. Granted, Utsi was battling it out with Jackson Deal for the 2nd spot, and I'm curious to see what it is this time by, because right now, Utsi looks like he has got it cranked up to 10 as he's slowly starting to reel in your leader, Landon Burr. Last time by, Christopher Utsi won a 36.876. Your leader of Landon Burr won a 37.07. 2/10 to the advantage of Christopher Utsi. Landon Brewer, you're out in front, but you might be under fire here soon. Yellow flags are out coming out of turn 3, and I think it was for track maintenance. They did get that put back together and underway. Let's look at this battle for the lead. Utsi last time by was down by 0.6 of a second. This time by, would not be surprised if it was down to 3 or 2. A little loose there in the second to last corner. He's reeling in the leader. Let's see it this time by. Brewer won a 37.1. Utsi 37.0. 1/10 to the advantage of your second place with a Utsi. 0.5 of a second is what it's now down to. Half a second between the two of them. Then you go a little bit farther back. Jackson Deal struggling in the 3rd position. He's holding off his teammate of Ryan Mort. Last time by, Ryan Mort was about 0.6 faster than Jackson Deal running in the 3rd position. Maddox Super also quicker at a 36.99 to Jackson Deal's 37.8 and Ryan Mort's 37.1. So Maddox Hooper is fast, the 2 out front of him. Look for that battle to heat up. Christopher Utsi, let's see it this time by. 37.0 for Christopher Utsi. Landon Brewer, 37.1. So Utsi is closing in. Now down to 0.4 of a second. A 10th per lap is what he is just chipping off one at a time. That's all you need to do to close it back up. We're going to have 8 laps to go this next time by, so still plenty of time to try to reel the gap back in. However, it looks like Christopher Utsi's Achilles heel is turn 3. He lost all sorts of momentum out of that last time by. Everywhere else, he starts to slowly reel it in to Landon Brewer. However, just that one corner is all it takes to make that much of a mistake to lose it all back. And right now, he's down by about 4 or 5 kart lengths. Look for this gap to about 0.6 of a second. What is across the line? It's actually up to 8. So he lost 0.3 that last lap to Landon Brewer last time by. He won a 37.6. Landon Brewer won a 37.2. So losing all sorts of time now to the leader out in front. Let's see if he can't slowly try to reel it back in. I think maybe he had a better setup for the first half of the race, and Landon Brewer had a better setup for the latter half, because right now, Utsi fell off by about 0.5 of a second between his fastest laps. It's either he's making some mistakes, he's in a bad headspace, or that cart has just hit its plateau, and now he's trying to hold on to it. Through the final 2 corners, he has to whip the wheel hard and then try to dance with it out of the corner as we see cross flags halfway this time by. And once again, Christopher Utsi was able to pick it back up. He got down to a 37.1. Landon Brewer, 37.3. Made up 2/10, but he's still got to do a little bit more than that. He's down by about 0.7 of a second now. Remember, if you recall 2 laps ago, he was down to almost half a kart length, about 4/10, so he's got to make it back up. He's starting to do so. Let's take a look at the 3rd placement of Ryan Mort. He's been kind of sitting by and biding his time. Last time by, he won a 37.182. Utsi won a 37.168. Brewer won a 37.308, so he's about 2/10 faster than his teammate leading out in front. He's not as fast as Utsi, almost dead even. Let's see it this time by. Landon Brewer, 37.39. Christopher Utsi, 37.33. Ryan Moore, 37.36. So again, he's faster than the leader of Landon Brewer, barely, but he's not as fast as Christopher Utsi. He's going to have to hope that Utsi can close back up to his teammate and then just bring the pace back down from them battling back and forth to bring him in the field of view. However, we're coming up on 5 laps to go. These are going to go by almost really quick for future races, that is, here at WRP. So it's not going to be enough time, I don't think, for Ryan Moore to close back up to make a battle for the lead. However, if the stars align for him and Christopher Utsi can close back up and just bring that pace back down, then it may work out to his advantage. Last time by, Landon Brewer, 37.30. Christopher Utsi, 37.47. So it's slowly starting to flip the other way. The gap is now up to 0.8 of a second. Utsi's fast, but he's just got to keep his head down and have faith that the process will work out, and he'll close up to him by the end of it. Ryan Moore, he won a 37.15. So Christopher Utsi's got to be careful. Moore was about 0.3 better than him that last time by. If he continues to just make little mistakes here and there and cause him to slow that pace back down, he may be under fire for losing that 2nd position. Last time by, it was to the advantage of Landon Brewer, 37.5. Christopher Yutzi, 37.6. So close times when it comes to the K100s. Every tenth matters, and it almost looks like, I have a feeling, and it is, the meatball flag is about to come out for Christopher Yutzi. He is dragging a bumper out of turn 3. So this is very unfortunate news for your second placement. A very good weekend so far with the win of the 206 Junior. Now he's about to have to bring it on in for his back bumper falling off. Good news though for Ryan Mort, if you're a fan of his. He's going to get promoted up into P2. And here it is. Meatball flag is out. Yutzi's race unfortunately comes to an end to the back bumper. It is now 3 laps to go, 2 to go next time by, and it's going to go all but easy for your leader out in front of Landon Brewer. He's got roughly now about a 1.6 second advantage over his teammate of Brian Mort. Jackson Deal is now going to get promoted up into the 3rd spot once Christopher Yutzi comes off. And Maddox Hooper right now is not making his life any easier. This is the battle for the 4th position between Jackson Deal on the MPG Kart Republic and Maddox Hooper on the new gen Haas chassis running there in P number 5, about to be P number 4. Here comes Yutzi. Unfortunate to see his day come to a close like that. He had such a good one all the way through in all classes, not just this one as well. As we see 2 laps to go now. Let's look at the times. Maddox Hooper and Jackson Deal battle for the 3rd spot as here comes Jackson Deal defending for Maddox Hooper. Hooper maintains that 4th position. Through turns 1, now 2 they go. Over into turn number 3. Hooper is fast. Let's see if he can try to make a move here. Well, he actually loses a little bit of time there on the entry into turn 3. Now he's going to settle back into the toe. Jackson Deal keeps taking a peek back to see how close the gap is. Probably a lot closer than he would want it. It's roughly about a half a kart length. White flag out now for Landon Brewer coming across the line. Brian Moore also receives it just behind him. Well, let's watch this battle for 3rd. This is the last one to see who's going to be on the podium. Jackson Deal makes his way across the line. Maddox Hooper as well. Last time by, Jackson Deal was better by 110, 37.8 to Hooper's 37.9. Hooper had the opportunity to try to turn 1, thought better of it. Now he's trying to send him up over to turn 2. Look for a dive bomb move here to turn 3. Jackson Deal knows it's coming. He holds the inside line. Barely has the advantage through 3. Now Hooper's got the outside line momentum. He's got the toe. He's looking high. Jackson Deal defending down into turn number 4. Meanwhile, checkered flag is out. Landon Brewer's taking the win, but let's watch this battle for 3rd across the stripe. Let's see it. Up the hill they go. Is it going to be enough? It is not. It is a 1-2-3 lockout for MPG on the Kart Republics. Landon Brewer taking the win. Ryan Ward coming across in P number 2. And Jackson Deal brings it on home in the 3rd position. So look for a buffet at the garage for MPG over there in the corner with all the meat they're bringing home this afternoon. Maddox Hopper brings on home in P number 4. Lucian Laser had a good run there, bringing home in P number 5. Charlie Myers finishing in 6th. Raider Santos in P7. Dane Van Dyke comes home in 8th. Christopher Yutzi 9th. Mason Gallian finishing in 10th. And Cammy Pfister finishing in the 11th position. So that'll do it for your KA100 Juniors. Up next, it is back to 206 race. We've got 206 Supermasters with 4-cycle novice. On grid, though, should be 206 Senior Medium. On pre-grid, 206 Masters Heavy coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Test. White flag is out for your 206 Supermasters along with the 4-cycle novice here at WRP, and it has been pretty straightforward here for your top two, Tom Harleman and Bill McLaughlin. Bill McLaughlin out in front. He is about to take the win here this afternoon on his return back to karting. Here it is, Mr. Top Kart himself, Bill McLaughlin takes the win here at WRP. Tom Harleman comes across in P number 2. For your 4-cycle novice, it is going to be Zachary Pleak taking the win here this afternoon for your 4-cycle novice, and that'll do it. We're going to put one more in the books. Up next, 206 Senior Medium. Following that on grid needs to be 206 Masters Heavy. All right, here we go. Your 206 Senior Medium here at WRP, the final race of 2023 season, and the rain is starting to fall. Eyes on the starter here as Adam Maxwell and Eli Fox take him to the green, and they're actually going to take him to the yellow. They're going to go one more time around. Let's go through your starting order. Adam Maxwell, the A-Max Evo, starts on pole in cart number 141. Eli Fox starts outside pole in the second spot on a new Gen Haas chassis in P number 2. Brenna Hanville, a privateer on a Cosmic OTK, will start inside of row number 2 in cart 507. Jared Howerton joins him on the outside of row number 2 on the iCart entry, cart number 78. Levi Wilbur will start inside row number 3 on the MGM Privateer in cart number 6. Starting the outside of row number 3, Tyler Kearns in the 09 new Gen Haas chassis entry. Keegan Day on a Top Kart USA entry will start inside of row number 4 in cart number 7. Edmund Corkadale will join him on the outside on a Burrell Art Privateer entry. Braden Johnson on an A-Max Tony Kart starts in P number 9. Desi Pedregon rounds out the top 10. Let's see it. 13 deep. This is one of the most competitive classes we have here at WRP, the 206 Senior Medium, and it's about to get underway as we are green down into turn number 1. They're going to go side by side down into the corner. It re-rained again, so now all dry lines are completely out the window, and right now it is Adam Maxwell out in front. Maxwell takes the lead over Eli Fox and P number 2 as they make their way over into turn 3. Down the backstretch they go, heading into 4. No one close enough inside the top 3. Well, now here's a look to the inside here. This is, I believe that's Levi Wilbur looking on the inside there of Brandon Hanville. I could be wrong, but I believe I'm correct, and it is Levi Wilbur trying to see now if he can't hold off this man right here. Jared Howerton makes the move. He is up one more position. Count Howerton up to P5. Wilbur actually is up into 4th. Hanville running there as well. Wilbur is back into P5. Howerton up into P4. Hanville in P3. Fox into P2. Maxwell up into the lead right now. There's your top 2 on your screen. A little bit farther back is Hanville and company, followed by Levi Wilbur, Tyler Kearns, Des Pedregon, and Evan McCorkadell. He had an issue. He just came across the line. He is all the way back at dead end Charlie. So he has got his work cut out for him. 14 laps is the distance as his rain starts to fall here. And this one could get interesting. It looks like the rain's starting to light up just a little bit, but the track is completely washed. All wet all the way around. Adam Maxwell continues to lead the way down into turn number 1 with Eli Fox into P2. That's the ones you can see on your screen. Hanville still running in the 3rd spot. Howerton holding off Wilbur in the 4th position. Wilbur running in P5. Just behind him in the 6th spot. That goes to Desi Pedregon on a new Gin Haas entry, running in the 6th spot. That's Tyler Kearns in P6 right now. Then you get back to Desi Pedregon in P7, Braden Johnson in 8th, Keegan Day in 9th, Mason Green running in 10th, McCorkadell back into 11th. That is the 11-car rundown here of the starting order, in the current running order as we're coming up now. 12 laps to go. Your top 2 still Maxwell and Fox. Not quite nose to tail, a little bit of separation, about a half a second between the 2 of them. Hanville running in 3rd. He's trailing off of Fox by roughly about a second, 0.8 of a second to be exact. Then you get back to Howerton running in 4th. Howerton's transponder is not registering, so they have to do the hand scoring system. So Howerton up into P4. Then you have Wilbur in 5th, Tyler Kearns in 6th, and then 7th goes to Braden Johnson. And it looks like it's starting to get a little tamed out here inside the top 3. Equal spacing all the way through as we are now approaching 11 laps to go here at WRP. Out of 15, 4 in, 11 more to go at the line. A little bit of a housekeeping items update for you guys. Again, once you have clear tech, if you're on podium and the 30-minute window for the protest is ended, you can feel free to go downstairs to see Zoe O'Gara to get your prizes here this afternoon. Another reminder, if you are done racing for the day, do us a huge favor and return your rental transponders. If you have rental transponders and you're done, return those back to the front lobby so we can put those into safekeeping for the winter, so we can have them when we come back to you guys in the spring here for the 2024 season. But we still have 2 more races yet to go. This one, and then 206 Masters Heavy. If you're in 206 Masters Heavy, you need to be on grid now. 10 laps to go for your breaks 206 Senior Medium. Maxwell continues to lead out in front. Last time by, 0.6 of a second gap. This time by, it is up to 8. Adam Maxwell is 0.2 better than Eli Fox. Hanville running in the 3rd spot. He is trailing 1.3 to Eli Fox, 2.2 to Adam Maxwell. Last time by, hit at a 43.8. Adam Maxwell did a 43.188. Eli Fox 43.397. So as we continue to watch on here, we're under 10 laps to go. It's going to be 9 laps to go at the line now. And like we said before, the rain was starting to come down. I think it may have actually started to lighten up and almost stop here. Looking down at the puddles on track, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of rain falling hard, but there's just enough to keep the track wet. There is standing water starting to form all the way around, so this is a full-on wet weather race that we're watching here at WRP. And you're currently watching Adam Maxwell on the AMAX entry on the Evos car, running out in front, P2. Eli Fox on the new gen entry on a Haas chassis, running in P number 2. P3, a privateer, Brendan Hanville, a local here. Running here at WRP, and we got one turnaround out of turn 2. That is Levi Wilbur, dropped the wheel on the exit of turn 2, facing the wrong way, and unfortunately he's lost all that time. He's going to go to the dead end of the field. Unfortunate to see. He had a good battle starting to heat up there with Jared Howerton, but now unfortunately that one has come to an end, and he's just going to have to sit back and try to make up as much time as he can. Meanwhile, it looks like Howerton maybe starting to get slowly reeled in by the Burrell Art AMAX entry of Brayton Johnson running there. Or sorry, that's not Brayton Johnson. I believe that may be actually Pedragon. I think that's Pedragon running. Sorry, that is Brayton Johnson running there in the fifth spot behind Jared Howerton. I think he's slowly starting to reel back up. Behind him, we get to Desi Pedragon, car number 22. That is a privateer entry. Then you go a little bit farther back to Keegan Day on the Top Car USA entry running in P7. Then Mason Green, a privateer, running in the 8th spot. This time by, look for cross flags. It is halfway, 7 in, 7.5 more to go here at WRP. Down into turn number 1. The lead continues to grow here from Adam Maxwell. 1.9 seconds is the advantage he has over Eli Fox in the P2. Currently, Eli Fox has a 2.2 second advantage over Brennan Hanville running in the 3rd spot. Then you go back to Jared Howerton. Again, he doesn't have a transponder. We have to hand score him, so I can't tell you an exact update on his lap times or where he is to reference the cards forward and behind, but just know that he is currently running in the 4th spot. Then you get back to Brayden Johnson running in P number 5. Brayden Johnson currently sitting 3.6 seconds back from Brennan Hanville and currently 7.8 seconds back from your leader of Adam Maxwell. One more lap in the books, 6 more to go, and it is all straightforward racing here up in front. Top 5, equal spacing all the way through as they make their way down into turn 1, and it almost looks like clockwork. One goes through, and then at the exact same point, another, followed by another, followed by another. So top 5 all spread out. Actually, the whole field is spread out. No one is quite close enough to make any moves or pass each other all the way through. It just looks like straightforward, single file, follow the leader all the way through. This is probably going to be the same way for the next 5.5 laps here at WRP. Maxwell making his way out of turn 4, coming through the inner hairpin now. He's going to put one more lap in the books to make it 5 laps to go here at WRP, and the rain looks like it's picking up yet again. There he goes, Maxwell across the stripe. Let's see the time difference. He went a 42.9. The first time I've seen someone go 42s in this event. Eli Fox went a 43.5. Hanville went a 44.4. And Johnson into the 43s and a 43.6. So this is all pretty straightforward, making my life kind of miserable up here in the books with not much to talk about. Although, taking a little gander down on the track, it appears that Howerton is slowly starting to reel in Hanville. This is a battle for 3rd. The gap is down to about 2. Count that 1.5 kart lengths going down the backstretch. So Hanville, his hands were all over the place on the exit of turn 3. I think he may be slowly starting to lose that kart, and now that's going to open up the door for Howerton to try to make a move and get on the podium. If Howerton can pull that off, he will bring home a chicken here this afternoon for P3. And let's see it as they're coming up now on 4 laps to go this time by. Here it is. Howerton following behind Hanville, heading down into turn number 1, the battle for the last podium spot. Howerton not close enough to make a move now, but he's just sitting where he needs to, right in the toe. Again, since it's being wet, the toe isn't as large as we've seen it when it's in the dry sections, but now, here it is. Howerton closing up close on the back bumper of Hanville through turns number 3. Going down the backstretch now. Does Howerton have it? He's on the inside line. He's up on the wheel. Drag race down into turn 4. He's plateaued there about halfway through, and he's got up to about the door panel. They touched a little bit through turn 4. Now coming up in the inner hairpin. They're still door-to-door through 4. Up the hill they're going to go. Point now to Hanville. Howerton gets around the outside. Hanville doesn't want to let him go. He's on the inside. Now he's going to be in the toe. He's down just a little bit, but let's see it. Can Howerton pull away, or is Hanville just struggling to hold on to the cart? He's in the toe now into turn 1. Hanville doesn't try to make a move on him. It takes from a racing line. Rain now starting to pick up again, so this is going to soak the track once more. Howerton, he's pulling away now, about 2 car length advantage over Hanville, and I think that one's going to do it. So now count Jared Howerton up onto the 3rd position, last one on the podium, and count back Hanville into the 4th spot. P5 still goes to Brayden Johnson. This time by, double sticks up in the air, popsicles as some call it. 2 laps to go here at WRP for your 206 Senior Medium. Adam Maxwell leads him down into turn 1. P2 still Eli Fox. P3 now goes to Jared Howerton. Here's battle for the 4th spot across the stripe. Here comes Johnson. He's trying to make a move on the inside of Hanville heading into turn 1. He's in the toe. Look for him to pop out late. Does he do it? No, he's actually going to stay right behind. He's in the toe. I think he might be a little bit quicker than Hanville as they make their way over into turn 2. Tries for the diamond move. He gets door to door. He's going to try to force Hanville to the inside line. Does Hanville yield? He's got the point. He's going to sweep it out wide. Crossover move. Here comes Brayden Johnson for 4th. Drag racing down into turn 4. Does he have him here? I think so. Count that up. Hanville falls back into 5th. Johnson up now to 4th. with 1 lap to go. White flag was shown to your leader heading down into turn number 1, and I believe the battle here for 5th position is all but closed, but Hanville's got one more run. Goes straight to the back bumper for P4, down to the inside into turn 1. Here comes Hanville, late onto the brakes. Johnson goes later. Johnson rolls the outside line. Hanville trying to hold on for dear life through turn 1. Now he's got him set up on the inside into turn 2. Hands are all over the place. Can he make it work here? No. Can he get it done into 3? He's actually going to follow. He's going to stay in the toe, loses a little bit of momentum, and I believe that one has all but come to a close as he has not been able to pull it back up. But checkered flag is now out. Adam Maxwell taking the win this afternoon for Briggs 206 Senior Medium. Eli Fox comes across at P number 2. Jared Howerton brings on home at P3. Brayden Johnson comes across in 4th. Brennan Hanville rounds out your top 5. That'll do it for your 206 Senior Medium. Up next and coming to you live, the WRP Racing Network, 206 Masters Heavy. Green flag is out for 206 Masters Heavy. Leading the way, Derek Hastings over Tom Harlem in 1 and 2. Troy Toney slotted there in P3 and running in 4th. That is going to go to Michael Schaffer, if I'm not mistaken, running in the 4th position on an MGM chassis. So now Single file they go out of the inner hairpin. It is Hastings on the Privateer Arrow out in front, the Privateer Eagle in P2 of Harleman, and then a new gen entry of Troy Toney in P3. Fourth position, that goes to Michael Schaffer, Privateer and MGM. And then P5 goes to Josh Lockhart, Privateer on a Flying Eagle there in the 5th position. They are all single file heading over from turns 2 now into turn 3. On the exit 3, going down the backstretch once again. And just like previously in the pre-final, looks like they're all getting spaced out all the way through, heading into turn number 4. So we're going to keep an eye on this, and we'll keep you guys updated if there's any events that happen. Just another reminder, if you have a rental transponder and you are done racing for the day, basically if you're anyone besides the 5 individuals on track and you have a rental, do us a huge favor and please return that back to the lobby so we can make sure that those are tucked away safely for the winter. Once again as well, if you finished on the podium and you've cleared tech and the half-hour period has ended for the protest window, do us a huge favor and make sure that you pick up your prizes at the bottom of the timing tower. You can also feel free to take a photo on the podium, and if you do end up tagging it on or putting it on Instagram and Facebook, do us a huge favor and tag us at Race WRP. So we're gonna continue to watch these guys. We'll keep you guys updated with anything that happens on track. laps to go now for your leader, Derek Hastings out in front. Troy Tony in P number 2 is not too far back, roughly about 3 or 4 kart lengths. And to get back to your third placement of Tom Harleman, the privateer entry on the Eagle, running in P number 3. And then you get back into P number 4 of Josh Lockhart. After that, you get into the 5th spot. That is Michael Schaffer and the MGM Privateer as well. So that is your rundown, the top 5 rundown for your breaks. 206 Masters Heavy. This is going to be the last feature event to be ran here at WRP in the 2023 season. And let's bring it on home with a good one. Derek Hastings, one of the locals here, who's been running for ever since Andy and Sarah bought the facility. He started his own engine brand with one of his good friends, Matt Geist, with Ghost Engines. They built that brand up. They have engines all the way across the country before they they ran it as long as they could, and then due to family life, they decided to sell it off to the new gen folks over just behind me here on the north side of the pit area, and they're continuing on the legacy. But here it is, Derek Hastings, the final lap and a half here for 2023. Not too far behind him, Troy Tony on the new gen, running in the 2nd spot. Tom Harleman, a local at Newcastle Motorsports Park, finds himself running out here at WRP on occasion every now and then. Of course, we love having everyone across the country come out and participate here at WRP, but he has had himself a good weekend. He had 1 top 3 so far, about to make it 2, and have a decent size amount of food to put back in the freezer with the 2 chickens that he'll be taking home if he does indeed finish out here in the 3rd spot. White flag in the air, 1 more lap to go for that man right there, Derek Hastings, running now into turn number 3. He's got 3 more corners to go before he can bring home the checker flag this afternoon. Out of turn 3, down the short little back stretch before you get into turn 4, which normally leads into the Daytona corner. Now it leads into a little bit of the S section here. You have that first left-hander, followed by that last little right-hander there of the hairpin. Up the hill for the final time, Derek Hastings takes the win here this afternoon for Briggs 206 Masters Heavy. Troy Tony comes across the line to finish into P number 2, and Tom Harleman goes 2 for 2 for finishing on the podium, rounds out your top 3. Josh Lockhart comes home in P4, and Michael Schaffer rounds out the field in P number 5. That'll do it for events here for not only today, but also for the 2023 season. We want to thank everyone who stuck with us here from April until now. We know with the extensions and the add-ons we've done to this track, there's a little bit of growing pains that were expected. We feel like we appreciate everyone who stuck with us all the way through it, who participated in all the season events. If you guys are going to be joining us for the WRP banquet, we look forward to seeing you guys here in less than a month for that. However, we will see you guys back here shortly in April of 2024 for more racing at WRP. Another quick reminder, please make sure if you have a rental transponder, you return that back to the front lobby. If you finish on the podium and you have cleared tech and you've also waited the half hour for the protest period to end, you can pick up your prizes at the bottom of the timing tower. For myself and everyone up here in the booth, I want to thank you guys for a fantastic 2023 season. We can't thank you guys enough. Everyone, please be careful making your way home here this afternoon. We look forward to seeing you guys here in a few short months back at WRP. Race on.